of Communications for the Green Africa Youth Organization, GAYO. And I have here with me
Kinsley Obiamponsa, and I serve as the Human Resource Officer at Green Africa Youth Organization. Together, we are your host for Clean Air Conference 2025.
A round of applause for us, please.
Please acknowledge us. Acknowledge us.
We're not feeling the energy in the room. A round of applause for us. Okay. Kingsley, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, this year's theme, Clean Air, Collective Action, Mobilizing for Equitable and Climate Resilient Crisis, reminds us that air pollution is not only something that has to do with health crisis, but also has to do with challenges to confront justice and then strive for sustainability in our cities here in Accra, in Ghana, and to the entire world.
All right, so we are going to have a really short exercise. The first one is that when we say Clean Air Conference 2025, you say collective action. Please, here is not the place to be really diplomatic. You have to say it really loud. So are you ready? Oh, we need response. So energy in the room. Are you ready? Clean Air Conference 2025.
Collective action.
We are going to say it again. I saw some people who specifically didn't open their mouths. Clean Air Conference 2025.
Collective action.
All right, we are moving straight into a session which is one of our favorites, Kingsley and I. We've termed it the speed dating session. Most of you are seated, but you've not said hi to anybody. So your challenge for the next 5 to 10 minutes is to find 3 to 5 people, know their name, their organization / their school, and what they're expecting from this conference. This activity would require you to stand up and move around, and your time starts now. We would randomly call people and ask you the people that you met, their names, their organizations, and their expectations for the conference. Have a lovely speed dating session.
Woo.
Please, the middle lane, no one is standing up. Or you are doing it around your tables first. And then the lane to my left, where we have the speech forces, the force of the speech forces, please. You can't speed date among yourselves. Karim, you can't do that. Please move. Please move. Speak to someone. Say hi to someone. Their name, their organization, the expectations for the conference. Please speak to the media people too, okay? They are part of the program. Hi. Stanley, Thelma, Director of Comms, Kayo. Yes. Hi, Karim. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a long while. I didn't make you out. It was just Eric who just reminded me that, do you know who that is? So then the name Thelma
Yeah.
Brand again. I'm like, okay, yeah, it's been so long. Okay. I think I was with him also for event.
So that makes 2 of us.
Yeah,
3 minutes more. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes more. 2 minutes more. Yes, 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 yes. No, so 1 minute more. My co-host is coming to some of you. 30 seconds more. 30 seconds more. 15 seconds more. Okay, and we are ready. Kingsley, over to you.
Thank you very much, Thelma. So I'll walk across the room and pick anyone to share who you met, where they are from, either school or organization, and then what is their main expectation for 2025 Clean Air Conference. So let's start from this lane, and I would pick you. You are smiling all the way.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Can you please
I
be on
am-
your feet so that we see you?
All right,
Thank you.
here I am.
Okay.
So I am Mawena from Greener Impact International, and I've had the opportunity to meet my good friend Nehemiah the Prophet.
Nehemiah
who
the
is-
Prophet.
Yes, who is from Friends of the Earth,
Okay.
and his main expectations for the conference.
Hey,
Like,
you're
oh-
taking a poll. Okay.
So for him to meet new faces,
All right.
and also get to know more what other people are doing for the climate change in the climate change space in Ghana.
Okay. All right. Thank you so
Right,
much.
thank
A
you
round
very
of
much.
applause.
Right, before we go on, can we please have some level of decorum in the room? Looks like there are lots of chit-chats going on. We had space for that, so please, let's keep the tone down as we move on. So I'll pick another person from that lane.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go for a lady this time round.
Hello, I am Felicity, and I met Mary Ayariga, and she works with Gaio. She works with Gaio, yeah, and she said that her expectations is to meet new people, network, and learn something new. Thank you.
Thank you so
Right,
much.
Thank you. Looks like a lot of people are looking for you to meet new people, build some connections. Okay, sounds good. One other person from this lane.
The left
and-
lane. The left
Left
lane.
lane, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's pick one person from the back seat. One person from the back seat, and let's go for a gentleman this time round. And we'll go for. Please, what's your name?
I'm Nana Kuju. Nana Kuju. Yeah. So I met Silas. Yeah. I'm from Ebibi Groma. Ebibi Groma. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
So apparently people are cheating. People are cheating to just talk to those they know and not new people.
Oh, that's not fair.
That's
not
sad.
Fair. But it's
That's
fine.
really sad. No.
There's an objection. So you tell her. Okay.
So are you going to save the house? Okay, save the house.
Okay. Savior Jesus.
Okay, my name is Nashili, and then I met Sandra, and I met Charles somewhere there. Yeah, so I've met new people. One person is from Gaio, and where is he? I can't find him. Yes, yes.
Okay, so the savior just saved half of the house and left the rest of the house.
That's fine.
All right, so maybe one last person.
Yes. From this first table.
First table.
Yes.
Okay, first table, first
Let's
table.
give it to Karim. Let's put him on this one.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
My name is Karim. I'm a retired journalist. Like I was asking him, what should I say? But yeah, I'm very excited to be here. And the amazing work that Gaio has been doing here in Ghana and across Africa. And I'm sure for everybody who is here, you obviously know very well why we need to be here, why we need to have conversations like this. And so yeah, I'm very happy to be here, and I look forward to some wonderful engagement.
Thank you so much, Karim. You're supposed to mention the names of the people you met, but we are grateful for the compliments as well. A round of applause for all of us seated here. Please clap for yourselves. Thank you for making this speed dating session a wonderful one. Kingsley?
Great. So before we go on, let's do a bit of housekeeping and see what we are doing around today, right? So here are a few things that we need to take care of. If you go out on your left turn, you would realize that there is a straight lane. Oh, sorry, on your right, then there is a straight lane, and you would find the washroom there. So those of us who want to visit the lavatory, you can find that there. And there is a dispenser water on the sides of the hall. So if you are thirsty, please do well to get some in your bottle or paper cups. Emphasis on that, right? And then there's a Wi-Fi password on the table, so please, you can connect to the Wi-Fi password on your tables if you need any internet connection. And then if you need any sort of support or help around the building, you can feel free to reach out to any of the ushers, those in all black that are standing. Please feel free to reach out to them, and they will give you a bit of support throughout the day. Thelma.
All right, so throughout this conference, you can expect insightful discussions on the pressing issue of air pollution with perspectives from policymakers, researchers, community leaders, and innovators. Most importantly, this gathering is designed to be very interactive through panel sessions, showcases, and dialogue spaces. You would also have the chance to exchange ideas, build networks, and contribute to shaping actionable solutions for cleaner air in Ghana and beyond.
Thank you. Right, so as you all know, Clean Air Conference is brought to you by, or organized by Green Africa Youth Organization in partnership with Clean Air Fund, Global Methane Hub, UMI Fund, Global Alliance Incinerator Alternatives, and a couple of other sponsors that we've had throughout the planning phase of this conference. Now let's get into business, and then before we start everything, we would love to have a welcome address by someone. Who can guess the person? Hint, the person is from Green Africa Youth Organization. Another hint, she was once a country coordinator.
Okay.
Another hint, she did her master's in Germany.
Oh my God. Okay.
That's 3 different hints. If you don't find the person, I don't know how you're going to find the person. Who can guess? Not someone from Gaio, obviously. Sorry? Is there a prize for it? Give me the correct answer and I'll think about something. She's behind me. What's the name?
Madam Betty Osu. Osei Bonsu, sorry.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay,
All
before he mentioned the name correctly. Before we allow our ever expeditious OPD to mount the stage, Kingsley, I think we should share a word of prayer. Can we all close our eyes? Father, we thank you for this gathering. We thank you for this conference. We declare that it goes according to your perfect will. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen,
with a round of applause, let's welcome Mrs. Betty Osei Bonsu.
Eje. A round of applause, please, for the Operations and Programs Director of Gaio. Please, you're not clapping enough. A round of applause for her.
Thank you so much. Wow, what a dramatic introduction. Thanks so much for that wonderful moderation. And it's a pleasure to give the opening remarks. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, developmental partners, civil society leaders, government representatives, members of the scientific community, and above all, the young people whose energy fuel our work. Good morning to you. And a warm welcome to this conference, Clean Air Conference. It wouldn't have been possible without you. So please put your hands together for yourselves again. The moderators have already mentioned that we are here in commemoration of the International Day of the Clean Air for Blue Skies under the theme Clean Air, Collective Action, Mobilizing for Equitable and Climate Resilient Cities. On behalf of the Green Africa Youth Organization, I want to sincerely thank you for being here today. Your presence is not just an act of support, it shows the urgency and commitment we all share for the air we breathe. Air pollution has become one of the most pressing environmental and public health challenges of our time. The World Health Organization reminds us that nearly every person on Earth breathes air that exceeds safe limits. Here in Africa, the challenge is compounded by rapid urbanization, weak enforcement of environmental regulations, and limited access to clean energy. In our cities and rural communities alike, polluted air silently undermines health, reduces productivity, and accelerates the climate crisis. The burden falls heaviest on children, women, and vulnerable groups. Clean air is not just an environmental concern, it's a fundamental human right and a test of justice, equity for our societies. And if I may tell you a story, a few years ago, I had the chance to study abroad. Thanks, moderators, for mentioning that. I lived there for about 3 years. When I returned home, I caught a simple cold and thought it would all go away with just one bottle of syrup. But the cough continued. After several visits to the hospital, and after sharing my background with the doctor, he told me something that struck me deeply. He said, the air here is different. He was right. The dust, the smoke, the waste burning. In fact, just few houses away from where I live, a family has intentionally constructed a hole in front of their house, and they've dedicated it to burning their waste. Every time I pass there, I can feel it in my lungs. The good news was that I eventually recovered, but the bad news was that it took me more than 3 months, 4 different cough syrup, and at the end, it wasn't the medicine that my body needed. My body just needed to adjust to the air I was breathing. That experience made me realize that we cannot keep on forcing our bodies to adjust. What we need is clean air. Over the past year, with support from our partners, our Zero Waste Cities project has delivered impact. Here in Accra, Ghana, each month we recover around 50 tons of waste, preventing it from reaching the landfill or being burnt. Middle, low-cost air quality sensors have been acquired to make data on air pollution sources available and accessible. We have trained over 100 municipal officers, reached thousands of households with clean air and waste education, and distributed over 200 bags of compost to farmers. 2 buyback centers are operating, a third is on the way, and more. And more than 100 youth and informal waste workers have been trained to lead in green businesses and circular economy solutions. At the policy level, we are partnering with assemblies and national leaders to embed zero waste as a climate and clean air solution. These milestones show how community-driven action can cut emissions, create dignified jobs, and restore dignity to communities too often left behind. This is the experience and voice that Gaio brings proudly into this space. This gathering offers 3 opportunities. 1, to learn from evidence, to share solutions, and to forge alliances between government, communities, and science. Friends, our time here will only be meaningful if it leads to action. Clean air cannot remain a slogan. It must translate into the struggles. It must translate into stronger enforcement of environmental laws, greater investment in public health, municipal systems that protect the most vulnerable, and climate strategies that recognizes the power of youth and communities. It must translate into our stories. At Gaio, we are proud of the progress that has been made so far, but we are even more determined and positioned to do more, tackling the solutions, deepening the partnerships, and driving the systemic change our cities urgently need. A heartful appreciation to our funders here. From the Clean Air Fund, we really appreciate you for the immense support you've given to us on this project. The Earthshot Prize, the Global Methane Hub, and partners like the UMI Fund, Global Alliance Incinerator Alternatives, government agencies present here today, Accra Metropolitan Assembly, LADMA, Lesokoko Municipal Assembly, Ablekuma West, Koliklote Municipal Assembly, civil society organizations who have supported us so far, developmental partners, and private sector allies. Thank you. Your collaboration and support have made this project successful and this conference possible. As we open the conference, I urge you to listen deeply, question courageously, and collaborate generously. Let us move towards a future where every African child, including myself, including yourself, can breathe clean and safe air. On behalf of Gaio, I once again welcome you. Betty Ajay is my name. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mrs. Betty Osei Bonsu Ajay. That was a really powerful speech. Cleaner air must not just remain a slogan, it must translate into our stories. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my honor to invite amazing partners and supporters to deliver their solidarity messages as we reaffirm our collective commitment to cleaner air and climate resilient cities. This person about to mount the stage is the Africa Programs Coordinator for the Global Alliance for Incinerator Alternatives, Gaia. Ladies and gentlemen, a resounding round of applause for Mr. Desmond Alugnoa.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. I walked in not so long ago. But I'm very happy that I walked in and the room is already pretty much full. That signals how important this topic is with everyone. As introduced, my name is Desmond Alugnoa, Africa Program Manager for Gaia, Global Alliance for Incinerator Alternative. Sounds almost like Gaio. And mainly my work is supporting various cities across Africa to transition into sound waste management mechanisms. Now, being here today and also being part of the Gaio history, I can only appreciate the level of recognition that has been given to the issue of air quality. I spend most of my time working around avoided methane emissions, either around landfills, food waste at homes, supporting to institute zero waste models that are really targeting elimination of open burning of waste, and what have you. Now, I said I appreciate the level of recognition because I think we need a word of encouragement to keep doing what we are doing, but also without forgetting the fact that there's still a lot that needs to be done. And I think that Gaio having this annual convening, bringing us together, keeping the rhythm flow, is one of such ways to encourage and to inform people to know that there is so much that is still yet to be done. We just finished the NDC's review process within this sector, and what I was very curious about was really around what is the government saying in terms of buttressing or providing the umbrella support for us who are doing the initiatives, for those who are actually involved in implementation of some of these strategic pillars to achieve a cleaner city, to achieve a more toxic-free world. What I mean by this is that all of us who are representing NGOs, on our part as Gaia, what we try to do is to support the government bodies within the jurisdictions where we work to understand some of the things, especially where we realize capacity gaps are really alarming. We provide that capacity so that they get involved in some of these review processes and ensure that local policies are well established to support what the global aim is. So being here today, I'm very curious to listen. I'm very curious to contribute. And I'm very, very, very happy and looking forward to listening to all who are present and to understand what people are doing. One thing we are also curious about is more around who is planning to be in Bel Air and doing something in relation to air pollution. Because we have a couple of programs planned, side events planned, and mainly it's about mainstreaming either methane work or it's about mainstreaming action around black carbon. And I would love to know and to also have some form of allyship when we go to Brazil later this year. So I wish all of us all the best, and I bring us all greetings from my colleagues at Gaia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Desmond. A round of applause for Desmond as he demounts the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another solidarity message from another Desmond. But this time around, Mr. Desmond Appiah, Country Manager for Clean Air Fund. A round of applause for him as he takes the stage to give us a solidarity message.
Hello, and good morning to everyone. There's always a bit of confusion when I'm on a call or in a meeting with Desmond, because if you say DA, it's the same as him. If you say DA, so there's a little bit of confusion. So we have to find a way. We hope you help us to find a solution to. Yeah, we are very glad to be able to support this work that Gaio is doing. Clean Air Fund, our interest is very simple and straightforward. How do we help to improve the quality of air that all of us breathe? In Betty's statement, she mentioned about 99% of the world's population breathes bad air. 99%. And so if we have to go a little deeper, we would see that virtually all of us are not immune. And then there's enough research around the world to show that poor air pollution or poor air quality impacts virtually all organs in the body. All organs. In Ghana, the non-communicable diseases are going up. All the health people here are aware. And I think it's part of what has prompted the president to launch the Mahama Cares project, which is targeted at non-communicable diseases. Now, our call is that because we have a curative mentality where we create the problem and then we sit down and try to think through how do we address the problem that we've created, it means it will take a lot of effort to get us to shift to a preventive mindset. Not have the problem, and then when you hear everybody talk, oh, let's sit down. Oh, we need to sit down and talk. No. We need to sit down and talk about how we prevent the problems. And I think the activities that Gaio is undertaking with the help of everybody in this room are directed at preventing the burning, the methane, and the rest. So please let us embrace this fight. 40% of our air pollution is coming from waste. And so if there are a lot of things that we can do, simple things that we can do to change that narrative, it is incumbent on all of us. I am 50 plus, and I'm praying that God gives me maybe another 76 so that I get to 125. But even if we don't get there, we don't want to spend our latter years having to struggle with diseases that we could have prevented just by collective action. Now, I mentioned my age bracket because I see that in this room there are a lot of youth. So if even 50 plus people, we want 70 something more years, then what about those of you who are a lot younger and looking forward to living way beyond? So please, the call to action is apt. It is not a call to talk, it is a call to action. And we hope by the close of our gathering, we would have had some ideas that we can action to be able to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Desmond Apia. Please, a round of applause for him. We haven't lots. A round of applause for Mr. Desmond Apia, please. Another one for Mr. Desmond Alogna. Two Desmonds, we are blessed to have them here. Thank you so much for the solidarity messages. We are going to watch the keynote address from Professor Nana Ama Brown Kluche, CEO of Environmental Protection Authority, who sends us greetings from the New York Climate Week. And this keynote address is going to be on air pollution, climate, and equity.
I'm deeply honored to deliver the keynote address on air pollution, climate, and equity. We experience the impact of climate change. We continuously polluting the air, especially the air that we breathe, and largely the pollution of the air that also affects the climate system. So it affects global warming and eventually impacts on climate change, causing devastation, extreme events like flooding, like droughts, like sea level rise that is causing coastal erosion. In Ghana, we have experienced all of these as a result of climate change. Most of these events are caused by our own doings. At the Environmental Protection Authority, recently passed the Air Quality Regulation Law 2025. That is to guide Ghanaians in following how to live in clean air environments, in guiding Ghanaians in all our activities to minimize the pollution of the air. Polluting the air impacts on our health and again impacts on the climate system. Equity comes in here because we know also that the rich pollutes the air even more. The rich is able to adapt to the impact of climate change, but the other consequence is the other way around for the poor. So this is an ethical dilemma where the rich is the cause or the more cause of the pollution, but suffer less. But the poor, who cause less of the pollution, suffer more because we have different adaptive capacity. While the rich adapt or can adapt more, the poor cannot adapt more. So it's all our collective activity, collective action to ensure that we have quality of air that we breathe and lessen the pollution that gets into the atmosphere for global warming to occur. Once we do that, or if we don't guard against doing that, we suffer for our health, we suffer climate impact, and the poor suffer the most. I wish to commend the Republic of Ghana and also commend GAIO, the Green African Youth Organization, for making this conference happen today. The EPA, the Environmental Protection Authority, continues to provide its support for activities like this, for programs like this. And I wish you very well in this conference. Thank you.
great speech by the EPA. And over the course in our preparation towards the Clean Air Conference, there's been a lot of work, not just from GAIO, but also from other organizations that are shaping the next generation of leaders through public speaking, through policy, and through debate. The next thing on our agenda is us to have a debate between two amazing schools who are here with us, Maoli School versus Akosombo International School. But before that, I would love to introduce the founder and executive director for Speech Forces, who will take us through how this entire debate is going to flow. So round of applause, please. Let's welcome Mr. Eric Asamoah Ewoa.
All right. Hello, everyone. Yeah, thank you very much. So, as Josh said, leading up to this conference, we've been engaging with some high schools across the country. I'm from the Eastern region, Volta region, and Greater Accra, for them also to have a fair share of the climate conversation that we are dealing with. As was mentioned earlier by one of the speakers, that young people, clearly, this is the crisis of their lifetime. And it's important that they are not left out from this conversation. So we've been having some debates, online sessions, and today we have two schools that have made it to the finals that will be having a debate for all of us to know. So first of all, I want us all to give it up to Akosombo International School. You can give us a wave over there. Yeah. Congratulations for making this far. And Maoli School, all the way from the Volta region, also for making it all the way to the finals. Today, the debate they will have, the motion, I should say, is that whether developing countries should prioritize incineration and waste to energy systems over zero waste management system. So we will be hearing from the two schools argue on this. We will have a few of my colleagues help me in adjudicating, but of course the most important thing is for the audience to be a part of it and to also encourage our speakers to be able to show what they have learned and read about some of these issues throughout the past month, I must say. So I think we'll just have the setup quickly. Yeah. Can we have maybe the white chairs instead? Do you have many of these? No, these ones. Yes. Yeah. Two this side and then two on that side. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Just quickly. Okay, so sorry, we had to do a quick setup. So I'm just going to introduce the judges that will be adjudicating this round. First, please give us a wave. Anne Aseye Donya. She's a deputy training lead at Speech Forces. She's also head of external competitions at the University of Ghana School of Law. Anne, give us a wave. Yeah, Anne is over there. Then, joining Anne will be Abdul Karim Ibrahim, previously referred to himself as a retired journalist, used to be at Class FM, but now works with Speech Forces as partnership director. Right, so Abdul Karim Ibrahim. Then last but not the least is Mr. Mohammed S. Yakubu, who is a member of the Joint UN Youth Working Group on Climate and Sexual and Reproductive Health for West and Central Africa. Please, let's give it up for Sharif. Right, they'll be on that side. Now, I think we are ready, and I'll invite the schools to take their seats. So representing Mauli School, who is for the motion, the first speaker is Kevin Sena Dacha. Can we give him a round of applause? Kevin, as you move here. Yeah. All right. Joining Kevin will be Elom Godwin Buaka from Mauli School. Right. So there will be 2 speakers from each side. From Akosombo International School, the first speaker, Miriam Eira Keleku. And joining Miriam as the team for Against the Motion will be Ethan Lakai Doherty. So this is how the debate will unfold. The first speakers of each team will give constructive speeches that will last for 7 minutes each. Then we will have the second speakers respond to the constructive speeches that have been given in 5 minutes each. Then we will have the first speakers come back to summarize, or what we call basically just compare and show the judges why they should win the debate in 3 minutes each. Right, so without wasting much time, and also another thing that the audience should take note, during the course of the speech, the first and second speech, there will be times that the opponents will get opportunity to ask questions to the speaker that is on the podium, what we call point of information. So if you see that, that is part of the rules of engagement for the debate. So without wasting much time, can I get a microphone to Anne to chat around? Yeah. And then one microphone to that side. Okay. They all have one microphone, right? Right. So would they use this one? Okay, great. So Anne, are you ready? All right, so I'll hand over to the chair for the round to begin the debate. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to the finals of the Climate Champions debate. The motion for the round reads, as developing countries, we should prioritize incineration and waste in energy systems over zero waste management systems. Assuming we all know the motion, we would begin the round by calling on the first speaker for the proposition team to begin the debate.
Hello. I begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Zero waste sounds like paradise, clean streets and endless recycling. But in developing countries, waste bills are faster than we can collect. Recycling barely exists and people burn trash in the open. Zero waste must be a 30-year policy, but our waste crisis demands a 24-hour emergency. That is why as developing countries, we should prioritize incineration and waste-to-energy systems as the only solution to clear our waste, build resilience. We are proud to propose. Panel, in this speech, I'll be doing 3 simple things. First, definition of the motion in a way that is fair to both teams. Second, our framing and characterization. And third, presentation of our model and argumentation. We define incineration and waste-to-energy systems as controlled burning of waste at high temperatures, often capturing heat to produce electricity. Zero waste management systems are systems designed to carry waste out of the system through reduce, reuse, recycle, composting, and circular economic practices. The actors in this debate are developing countries such as Ghana, Togo, and the likes. My people, this debate is not about whether zero waste is good or bad. We all know it is good. But the question is, what should developing nations prioritize now? Zero waste or incineration and waste-to-energy systems? We frame this debate based on idealism versus practicality. And the urgent situations of developing countries, we choose practicality, that is, incineration and waste-to-energy systems as the solutions to our problem. Let's be honest, in developing countries, waste is not just an eyesore, it is a monster. It is the plastic blocking the chocolate drain. It is the smoke from the fumes of open dams and the cause of 457,129 cholera cases in 16 developing African countries alone. My people, we are talking about developing countries, places with tight budgets, weak waste management systems, and infrastructure deficits. In this context, policies must be realistic, affordable, and immediate, not perfect, not utopian, just effective. Zero waste sounds nice, but it demands things we don't have: mass education, strict enforcement, and trash cans for every single type of waste. That is luxury, not a solution. Our job, therefore, as team proposition is to prove 3 simple things. 1, prove necessity, that the waste crisis in developing countries is so urgent that we cannot afford to waste for idealistic systems. 2, prove efficacy, that incineration and waste-to-energy systems address the crisis faster and more reliably. And 3, prove legitimacy, that developing countries have the right to choose survival and pragmatism over ideals. In summary, propositions burden is to prove the necessity, efficacy, and legitimacy of the model. Now to our model. We propose that developing countries make incineration and waste-to-energy systems the central priority in the national waste management plans. 4 key structures in this: implementation, support mechanism, enforcement, and scope. Implementation. Government will pass legislation requiring that places incineration and waste-to-energy systems at the top of the national waste management plans. International fundings, climate finance, bilateral trade will also be done, and we will be offering incentives and subsidies for private sectors to build their waste incineration plants. Technical support and maintenance programs will also, I'll take it as later, will ensure efficient operations of these plants and safe integration of workers. Enforcement. Government will discourage all uncontrolled burning and mismanaged landfills by imposing penalties and facing them gradually. Environmental regulations will ensure that the modern incinerators meet the international standard on emissions. And scope will include every single body, both in the urban and the rural areas. I'll take the PO right now.
Can the proposition clarify how exactly incineration aligns with global climate goals, considering its high carbon emissions? Thank you.
Point of fact that incineration is not just about burning. Incineration burns waste in control systems. It has filters and support mechanisms that trap those kind of harmful gases. So in the case of incineration, those gases do not get the chance to go outside of the environment and pollute the environment. Those gases are filtered out, and that solves the climate issue. Thank you. Panel, we win this debate based on 2 clear arguments. Argument number 1, waste to energy leads to climate resilience, sustainability, and energy security. First, they protect our climate. Developing countries are drowning in waste, and this waste goes to open dams and it releases methane, a gas which, according to Global Methane Hub, is 86 times more powerful in addressing climate issues. Waste to energy stops this. Unlike open burning, which pollutes the air, incinerators burn waste at high temperatures with special filters and scrubbers. This captures harmful gases and turns that heat into electricity. Then the International Energy Agency in 2022 says that if scaled globally, waste-to-energy systems cut about 1.2 gigatons of carbon dioxide emissions every year. My people, that is climate resilience in action. Second, they solve our energy crisis. Developing countries are drowning in power outages, blackouts, and crippling fuel import bills. Yet mountains of garbage lie in our landfills unused. Waste to energy flips this liability into an asset. For example, the Repli plant in Ethiopia powers about 30% of Addis Ababa's households. This was done with waste. Third, they drive economic growth. Waste to energy systems stimulate economies of developing countries in 3 ways. 1, cost saving. Countries cut down expenses and fuel imports. 2, revenue. Governments sell electricity back to the grid, and that money transfers into the society. 3, jobs. Waste to energy systems creates hundreds of jobs directly and thousands of jobs indirectly. This is exactly towards the SDGs aim at. Goal number 7, clean energy. Goal number 13, climate action. And goal number 12, responsible consumption. And Africa's Agenda 2063 call for solutions that are green, resilient, and growth-oriented. Argument number 2, waste to energy is the most effective and efficient solution for developing countries. My people, waste to energy is not just about waste. It is also about solving different problems at the same time. Waste to energy solves the waste crisis and also addresses the energy crisis. In addition, it is very much effective. Developing countries are drowning in garbage. In Accra, for example, the Kpone landfill keeps catching fire, filling the city with toxic smoke. Waste to energy reduces this waste by 90%. That means that less land is needed for the landfills, fewer plants, and cleaner air. Compare that to zero waste, which depends on millions of people segregating waste, something that even the developed nations have not been able to address. How then can developing nations address that? In addition, waste to energy systems, when prioritized, protect public health and survival. The World Health Organization and the World Bank both highlight that waste is a driver of diseases and flooding. In 2022, a report by the World Health Organization noted that waste is directly linked to about 9 million deaths annually. Waste to energy systems deliver immediate efficiency, cleaner streets, fewer diseases, and reduced toxic burning. Opposition will say that, yes, waste to energy systems are expensive. Panel, the real cost is that the billions are wasted in treating cholera, outbreaks, flood damages, and importing fossil fuels. Waste to energy plants create efficiency in finance as they sell electricity back to the grid. Yes, zero waste is a noble dream, but let us remember, a hungry man does not go for a feast. He finds the fastest way to bread first. The same way, developing nations cannot wait for decades of a perfect solution. Rather, they should take the zero to waste management systems. Waste is not just rubbish, it is a hidden resource. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that speech. We'd call on the first speaker for the opposition team to begin the opposition case.
I begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panel, you'd agree with me that today's motion is quite an intriguing one. And yet, after that lengthy speech made by proposition, the only thing I gleaned was simple. They are willing to slaughter the citizenry of developing countries on the altar of false progression and technological illusion. Their side of the world is selfish, but more importantly, it is disastrous, heightening the effects of climate change that we so badly want to conquer, and hence today's debate. Now, let me introduce you to the beauty of our world. Panel, in this debate, I'll be doing 2 major things. First, definitions, and secondly, my main arguments. My second speaker will then handle the rebuttals. Now to my definitions. Incineration and waste to energy system simply refers to burning waste to generate energy forms like electricity or heat. Zero waste management, on the other hand, is a system that emphasizes waste prevention by recycling and reusing, hence minimizing the waste sent to landfills. As opposition, we strongly believe that prioritizing incineration is simply a recipe headed for disaster. Zero waste, on the other hand, is environmentally friendly and sustainable. Today, I will dilate on 2 key arguments. 1, the environmental and health risks of incineration in developing countries. And 2, the economic benefits of a zero waste management system in developing countries. Now to my first and major argument. The environmental and health consequences of incineration. It is a very obvious truth that by incineration of waste, especially mixed municipal waste, and this includes plastic, textiles, and many more, the end result is simply a cocktail of toxic pollutants. Now, why is this beyond dangerous for developing countries? I'll tell you for free. Developing countries are grappling with environmental degradation, pollution, and health crisis in status quo, even though they contribute less than 10% to the world's emissions. Incineration and waste-to-energy systems only worsen the problem. Why are we in favor of a solution that threatens the lives of citizens in developing countries and only creates more problems for them? Bearing in mind that you and I are living in a developing country, you cannot throw stones while living in a glass house, can you? Incineration releases heavy metals and ultra-fine particles, many of which are carcinogenic, meaning they cause cancer and many respiratory illnesses. These fine particles penetrate deeply into the lungs and bloodstreams, causing cardiovascular problems and even death. It is therefore not surprising as to why in the Philippines, which is a developing country, keep in mind, incinerators were banned in 1999. In 1999, after severe health public impact, recognizing that the environmental cost far outweighs the benefits. Despite being labeled as waste to energy, incineration is highly carbon intensive. Burning 1 ton of municipal waste on average releases 0.7 to 1.2 tons of carbon dioxide. Incineration is literally a big step backward into retrogression, undermining climate goals. Do not be fooled by the ideology that modern incineration produces less fumes. Guess what? Less fumes does not equate to no fumes. And besides, what about the toxic ash that remains after burning? Where does it go? So panel, while incineration may seem like a rapid high-tech solution, it is a setback, especially for developing countries where environmental precautions are often weak. Incineration only compounds the problems. It pollutes the air you and I breathe and undermines our climate commitment. Zero waste systems, by contrast, offer a path forward, one that is cleaner and safer. It reduces pollution by diverting waste from incineration and landfills, emphasizing non-toxic community-led solutions like composting and recycling. Now to my second argument. Rejected. The economic benefits of a zero waste management system. The argument for waste to energy often sounds attractive. I mean, turning trash into energy, who wouldn't like that? But the real economic picture tells a completely different story. Incinerators cost hundreds of millions of dollars to build. And guess what? Millions more to operate annually. Money that developing countries do not have, and you and I know that. They require a constant high volume of waste to stay viable, discouraging recycling and reduction. In contrast, zero waste systems like composting or material recovery facilities are cheaper to implement and adaptable to local context. Additionally, a zero waste management system creates 10 to 20 times more jobs than incineration. I bet you didn't know that. This is a factual statistic made by GAIA, that is the Global Alliance for Incinerator Alternatives. Recycling, composting, and repurposing goods employs more people at different skill levels. This includes informal workers who pick trash from landfills to more professional workers. And this is exactly what developing countries need. We have a candid example of the city of Pune in India. This city empowered waste pickers, creating a decentralized waste and segregation system, and now diverts over 60% of waste from landfills and incinerators. I'll take your POI.
You're talking about recycling. So I want to ask, what about the materials which are not able to be recycled, like medical waste? What do we do with them? Do we leave them to fill our lands?
No, that is not the case. However, materials which cannot be recycled can be purposed into something else. But keeping in mind that for incineration, it produces toxic ash which cannot be decomposed. Continuing. This system employs thousands of informal workers, reduces municipal costs, and protects the environment. In short, a zero waste system is a development opportunity, not a burden. It builds healthier cities and creates livelihoods in developing countries. In conclusion, developing countries should not be forced into an expensive and polluting system that benefits a few and harms many. Instead, we must invest in a zero waste management system that protects our climate and overall health. It is quite ironic how we are commemorating the International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies, and yet proposition wants to turn our skies grey. So for a world where our skies remain blue, we are more than proud to oppose. Thank you.
Amazing first speeches, right? So before we continue, I would love to acknowledge some dignitaries who are in our midst, and then the debate can go on, right? So it's my honor to acknowledge Honorable Haruna Mohammed Awal, MCE for Ayawa, so North. Can you please give a hand of applause? And then my special honor to also acknowledge the guest of honor for today, Honorable Alfredos, Municipal Chief Executive for La Dade Kotopon Municipal Assembly. Thank you so much for being with us. And then afterwards, special guest of honor will give us a small speech. So debates can kindly go on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that speech. We'll now call on the second speaker for the proposition team to continue the proposition case. Here.
Good morning, House. The proposition told us that toxic ash is discomposed. No, please, it is used as a basement for construction and not decomposed. You also thought about incinerators were banned in Philippines in 1999. Just as you cannot compare the phone of 1999 to today's 2025 phone, so as you can compare the incinerators of 1999 to the advanced incinerators of 2025. From Manila to Lagos to Accra, waste is not just an eyesore. It blocks drains, fuels flats, and also, surprisingly, it spreads a lot of diseases. According to the World Bank, 1.6 billion tons of waste is produced by developing countries, and this is estimated to double by 2050. At the same time, these developing countries lack access to stable energy, leaving students behind in digital learning, though we claim to be in a world of technological advancement. Faced with this reality, the House and the audience, so developing countries chase the distant dreams of zero waste that even developing countries struggle to achieve. That's why we in Proposition firmly believe that development is a process, and while still 152 nations struggle with stable power, poverty, and also poor infrastructure, they should use a measure which is appropriate to them at their current stage, which is waste to energy, which also solves two problems at the same time. The opposition claim that waste to energy is expensive for developing countries. Did I just hear that? If zero to waste is cheaper, why does developed countries like Turkey, USA, and even Japan still struggle to achieve it? The reality is, building a waste cycling system means different types of dustbins for every household and different types of trucks for collecting every type of waste, which costs about 20 billion US dollars. Now, for a country like Burundi, whose GDP is only 2.162 billion, how do you expect to cope with this? Waste to energy, on the other hand, solve two problems at the same time. For example, in Ethiopia, only 120 million US dollars was used to build in the waste to energy plants, but now it burns 1,400 tons of waste every day, which provides Addis Ababa with 30% of its electricity. The opposition also relies on the assumption that incineration pollutes the environment and creates health problems. That argument does not stand because modern waste incineration systems use advanced filters, scrubbers, and emission control systems to trap 99% of harmful gases, which is not harmful. Recycling of plastic, for example, releases benzene and cyanurics into the environment, and sadly, many developing countries do not have industries which are filters. Do you know the most shocking part? In recycling, it is mostly done in the informal ways like agbogloshi, and Ghana, for example, does not have industries which has the right equipment for recycling. Also, some opposition also claim that incineration worsens climate, may also claim that incineration worsens climate change. The House, I will take that later. The House, the reality is 60% of carbon dioxide released through incineration is is from organic waste such as food, wood, paper, etc. That's what scientists call biogenic or carbon neutral, meaning they are the same carbon absorbed by plants during growth. So this is not harmful. Moreover, these carbon are not harmful to the environment. Also, they are not harmful to the environment. This is better than landfills, which contain methane, a gas which is 86 times stronger than carbon. So Mobilization also relies on the assumption that reuse and recycle is the best solution and not incineration. Yes, we won't doubt that, but that argument collapses the moment we ask how non-recyclable materials like medical waste will be recycled. That's the advantage waste to energy has. Non-recyclable materials like medical waste, like used syringes, gloves and bandages, can be recycled to provide direct thermal energy, which can be used to heat water in hospitals. That is achieving SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy. Moreover, according to the World Bank, 90% of waste in developing countries is disposed in open dams and not recycled. Why? Because these developing countries lack access to good recycling systems. Some opposition also argue that zero waste creates more jobs than waste to energy. Of course, but zero waste through recycling is handled in informal sectors and in many developing countries like Ghana, which is unsafe. Example, in picking and sorting out with bare hands. Waste to energy, on the other hand, provides stable and long-term jobs for technicians, engineers, cleaners, and also drivers, both for the skilled and unskilled labor. For example, in the construction of Nigeria's waste-to-energy plants, it's provided 500 jobs and still sustained 100 permanent jobs. Please, I'll take your POI now. Okay. Also, my position may say that long-term sustainability matters than short-term goals. Yes, but in developing countries, waiting for perfect zero to waste. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that speech. We'll now call on the second speaker for the opposition team to continue the debate. Speakers, please note that you should restrict your speeches to the podium because of the camera.
I begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, panel, it is our responsibility as inhabitants and stakeholders of the planet to ensure that it is in the best possible condition that is suitable for living by all creatures. It is then with a sense of urgency that I seek to present our side of today's motion together with my co-speaker. Today's motion gives our side of the House the opportunity to present to you a proper way of attaining this goal, a zero waste management system. As the second speaker for the opposition, it is my privilege to disprove the flawed points made by the proposition, which include 1. Waste incineration and waste to energy systems are the better solution to the rising waste crisis in developing countries. 2. That waste incineration is the better alternative if we want to create more jobs. And 3. That the energy generated from waste incineration makes it an alternative for energy generation in the future. Firstly, my opponents falsely made a claim that the use of waste incineration plants serves as a solution to the rising waste crisis in most developing countries. Waste incineration gets rid of the waste quickly, all right, but the quickest solution is not always the best solution. Sure, it may seem as though incinerated waste means waste is gone, the problem is solved, right? But it's not. We actively aim for a greener planet. We actively aim to achieve a net zero planet, right? If we invest in incineration, we don't get anywhere close to that. We rather retrogress, we don't progress, because there are still CO2 emissions being released from those industries or the incineration plants. Our zero waste management system redefines the typical definition of waste. In our world or in our system, waste does not exist. Everything is useful, right? Secondly, the proposition also deceived us into thinking that the use of waste to energy systems is the superior choice for creating jobs and generating revenue. A waste-to-energy plant concentrates all employment opportunities into one sector, that is energy/petroleum sector, right? People who are not specialized in those sectors are found wanting because they don't have a chance to get employment through those waste-to-energy systems or those incineration plants. Our zero-waste management system encompasses a very vast, emphasis on a vast number of sectors, which include IT, waste collectors, waste municipal coordinators which manage the waste, and so many more. This gives the average Ghanaian, who is most likely not specialized in waste to energy systems, the opportunity to have access to employment. Additionally, the other side of the house claims that waste incineration opens doors to future energy generation opportunities. Let me show you why this is not a feasible. I'll take your POI later. Let me show you why this is not a feasible option. For a typical waste incineration plant, the efficiency lies at around 18%. What this means is that for every 100 tons of waste which are sourced as inputs for the plant, only 18 tons can be effectively converted into energy which can be used, such as electricity. Let's use Ghana for example to show how inefficient waste to energy plants are. In 2017, Ghana generated around 4.5 million tons of municipal waste. If all of this was put into a typical waste to energy system, it would yield approximately only 2.25 billion kilowatt hours of electricity. Not even 10% of Ghana's annual electricity generation, to even talk about this being a solution for energy generation in the future. Your POI.
You say zero waste is sustainable. How do you stop the diseases caused today?
How do I cause the disease? I don't get your question.
You say zero waste creates sustainable jobs. So how do you stop the diseases caused today? Which people do you expect to come and take those jobs?
The people who are taking those jobs, you see, in a zero waste management system, right, there is no waste. Most of the diseases in our world, like today, are caused by like pollutants and smoke from landfills and like other stuff. What are dumped into those landfills? Waste. In a zero waste management system, there is no waste. No waste means no diseases. Thank you. We should rather look to focus or invest in more efficient renewable energy sources, such as hydroelectric power and wind energy. In addition to the rebuttals that I've just presented, I wish to provide another angle to what my first speaker has already beautifully presented. When waste is incinerated, you may think that that's it, but it's not. There is residue in the form of ash, which is inorganic. Most of it cannot be recycled, and it is inorganic, so it cannot decompose. Some of this ash, a significant portion, known as fly ash, is also classified as hazardous waste in majority of the world. We don't want hazardous waste in our system, or even waste in the first place. So why would we invest in a system that creates hazards for us as people? In conclusion, I've showed you the dangers in investing in waste energy plants and why zero management systems are the answer if you truly seek to protect the earth and make it habitable.
Cycle of dependency and pollution. A zero waste management system is not only more affordable, but environmentally responsible and also better suited to the realities of developing nations. We presented two core arguments. One, the environmental and health consequences, clearly highlighting how incineration leads to a release of toxic pollutants, destroying our planet and causing many respiratory problems, including asthma. Causing developing countries to divert funds in order to cater for the healthcare cost. We also stated how some countries like Philippines has banned incineration, showing how very harmful it is. Secondly, we dilated on the economic benefits of a zero waste system, stating how it benefits developing countries because, one, it is inexpensive, but more importantly, it keeps the air clean, benefiting developing countries and the entire earth at large. It also creates job opportunities for low-income individuals as well as professional workers. Countries like India and Brazil are making significant impact using a zero waste system, and it only makes sense for other developing countries to follow suit. Our arguments clash with the proposition, who claims that a waste-to-energy system is rapid and involves millions of people segregating the waste. But does that not create more employment for many more people? How exactly is that a problem? I really do not see it. We also stated that materials that cannot be recycled can be repurposed. That was very clear. They ignore the reality on ground. This motion is centered on developing countries. A waste-to-energy system requires high technical workers, which developing countries lack. Even developed countries like Switzerland are practicing a zero waste management system. Why not developing countries? In the words of Mrs. Betty, clean air must not be a slogan. So for a world where clean air is a right and not a privilege, we have and should win today's debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that speech. We now call on the summary speaker for the proposition team to end the debate.
I begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. I presume most of us here have heard about the parable of the sower from the Bible. Today I present to you the parable of waste management. A farmer once went out to sow some seeds, the seeds of waste management. Some of these seeds fell on rocky ground. That is zero waste management system. And it looked hopeful, but it withered because of systems such as weak systems, limited budgets, and unrealistic demands. Some fell on good soil, that is incineration and waste-to-energy systems, and they continue to thrive in clean energy, healthier communities, and sustainable nations. You see, there is no need for me to overinterpret this parable because it clearly shows that incineration and waste-to-energy systems are the way to the future. Panel, for the past 30 minutes or so, we've been deliberating on whether we should choose zero waste management systems or incineration and waste-to-energy systems. Opposition proved to argue that zero waste is affordable and more environmental. But we showed you why that is a fallacy. Because incineration and waste-to-energy systems are cleaner, cheaper, and sustainable. Panel, my job here is just to summarize whatever we said and identify key clashes in this debate. Incineration and waste-to-energy systems leads to climate resilience. Waste-to-energy systems turn the waste utopian solution while waste accumulates and pollutes. Waste-to-energy systems generate clean energy, which is a source of income for the country also. Also another clash, effectiveness versus practicality. Opposition gave us a theory, but we gave you practice. Zero waste has only worked in rich nations with decades of infrastructure and citizens' compliance. Developing countries don't have that luxury. Waste-to-energy systems reduces waste to about 90%, empowers homes, and protects public health. Let's take, for example, in the world of zero waste management system, called Anti-Mansa, a citizen of Ghana receives a call. Yellow Anti-Mansa, it's another day again, a day of zero waste management system. You are advised to separate your waste into 6 different bins. One for food waste, one for plastic, one for paper, one for metals, one for glass, one for hazardous substances. Let's keep the environment clean. The Anti-Mansa's response is this. I've not even paid my children's school fees. You are telling me I should buy 6 different dustbins. This is not a solution. This is luxury. Panel, in conclusion, let us all vote for incineration and waste-to-energy systems. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. I'm sure they deserve better. Thank you, debaters. You may now return to your seats. And that is the end of the debate. The judges will deliberate, and then we will have the results later, I think probably after the coffee break. Thank you all.
Can you please help clear the stage for us? Right, so we will move into a very short coffee break. But before that, I just want to pick 1 or 2 things. Who do you think is winning? Who do you think is winning? Who do you think is winning? Zero waste all the way, right? You guys are being biased. You guys are being so biased. Okay, I'm not picking an answer from Gaio people. You guys are being biased. who is winning? You're not biased. Okay, give me an answer. Who is winning?
AIS.
Okay. Against. Any other? Okay.
Waste to energy.
Ooh. Waste to energy. Nice. Thank you so much for that. Right, so we want to have a quick picture with dignitaries, and also then we would head on to our coffee break, right? So all MCEs, MCDs, all MCs, MCDs, speakers, panelists, please prepare before you go out. We would then invite the guest of honor to give us his speech before the pictures. So guest of honor, Honorable, please, sorry, forgive me. Honorable Alfredos, MCE for the Equitable Municipal Assembly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning. I've been handed a speech. I'm not used to making speeches, so I'm going to try my very best to summarize it. All right. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. It's my honor to serve as guest speaker at today's Clean Air Conference. And I'm grateful to the Green Africa Youth Organization, GAYO, and their partners for putting this together. I'm particularly elated to see students debate the dilemma we face at policy and implementation level, showing that young people have what it takes to lead. Here in La, the Equitable municipality, we have led the way in outlining our development plan with environmentally sound waste management practices, featuring heavily in there. As we gather to discuss the imperative for clean air, I implore you all to contribute your expertise to the discussions and ensure that we capture best practices in how we cut emissions, ensure we have clean air, and create green jobs for our fellow citizens. My charge to GAYO is that by next year, your current average monthly waste diverted will move from 50 tons to 100 tons. All right. So as a municipality, I partner with GAYO extremely because we are very close to the sea and other water bodies. We ensure that our waste do not end up in the waters. And I appreciate the fact that all the technical experts are here to discuss the best ways to manage our waste and keep a clean environment. Recently, I saw a map of pollution in Greater Accra for all the municipal assemblies. And I think that for us in the Ladekotopong, together with my development planners, we are going to find ways to reduce pollution at all our container sites, all our transfer sites in terms of wastes, and possibly find ways of recycling some of them. We'll see if we can do zero waste management or so for now we'll leave that to the experts to decide. And if we are able to do that, I believe my colleagues in the other assemblies will also do theirs. I think Ghana will be a better place in terms of waste management. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sir. So please, let's have all dignitaries in front for our pictures. Please, the comms team, please be ready, and let's have that. All dignitaries, MCs, MCDs, speakers, panelists, kindly join us on stage. And then, Zero Waste Director, please join us. Please don't leave the stage yet. Can we have everyone else join us on stage for a group picture? Please, with all humility, let's join the dignitaries on stage for a picture. With all humility, please, let's join the dignitaries on stage for a picture. And the schools, Mauli and Akosomo, please join us as well. Join us on stage for the picture. Not just the speakers, but everyone you came with. Thank you very much.
We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. Imagine handing them a world without waste. In our journey towards a sustainable future, focusing solely on individual action might feel like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. To make a real difference, we must tackle the roots of the problem in a big and grand way. To be exact, the systems that shape the way we produce, consume, relate with nature, and with each other as a society. Let's be honest, our current systems are designed for disposability, not sustainability. They prioritize short-term convenience and profit over the long-term health of our planet. Take food waste as an example. Current statistics show that we produce 1.3 billion tons of food waste annually around the world. This amounts to about 8 to 10% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. To put this into perspective, this will be 8 times of Mount Everest made entirely out of uneaten food. That is a lot of food waste and a huge climate threat. One thing is for sure, we need new systems. It is time to invest in zero waste and stop burning money on polluting industries like waste incineration, gasification, pyrolysis, and chemical recycling. Effective systemic change involves redesigning our economies to function within nature's limits and people's well-being. In many parts around the world, this means reducing resource consumption. And for all goods that we really need, creating systems where every product can be repurposed, recycled, or composted so that nothing is wasted. These zero-waste models will bring us closer to a waste-free, sustainable, and a just future for all. This sounds like a beautiful vision, I know, but you might be asking yourself, how should we start to change these rigid old systems? This transition goes beyond individual behavior change. It requires our governments and businesses to redesign our economy to be zero waste. We need policy changes that effectively drive zero waste and enables local ecosystems to safely recycle, reuse, and compost all discards. Policies that put people at the center of this transition to align with environmental and social justice. This sounds like an ambitious plan, but is there any evidence that these strategies are already working? Yes.
In the Ashanti region, specifically Edubiasi, Gaio is able to collect 90% of organic waste from the households. Organic waste is very important to us because they serve as the major contributor of greenhouse gases when they are sent to landfills, which is the normal practice done by assembly officials.
The best part, solutions like these not only reduce waste, they revitalize local economies. Zero waste systems create 200 times more jobs than our old disposal system. And it doesn't stop there. These practices create better jobs that go beyond basic labor, provide higher wages, and offer permanent positions and improve quality of life. Are you still unsure if these strategies can be implemented on a larger scale? Let's take a look at success stories of zero waste on a municipality level. Trivandrum in India was able to bring down their waste to 150 tons per day through the implementation of green protocols, public campaigns, and a ban on single-use plastics. Or Santa Juana in Chile.
La motivación del municipio fue disminuir el traslado de residuos a relleno sanitario. También una motivación fue enseñar a la gente educación ambiental para que pudieran separar sus residuos en sus casas y el municipio poder trasladarlo a la planta y tratarlos. Y también fue el disminuir los gases de efecto invernadero que estaban provocando también y están provocando el calentamiento global y el cambio climático.
Those cities are showing us that systems change is not only effective, but achievable. The solutions are there. Now it's up to us to advocate for them and apply them globally. For our planet, for our children, for a future where waste does not exist. Because we don't just inherit the earth from our ancestors, we are borrowing it from our children. And we need to return it in a better shape than we found it.
In the heart of Africa, a movement is growing, led by young people dedicated to building sustainable and climate-resilient futures for our planet. Why is this important? Climate change is intensifying the existing social inequalities worldwide. But in Africa, this is particularly pressing, with very severe consequences.
Waste is polluting our cities. Heat-related deaths are on the rise. Floods and droughts are displacing millions of people each year while worsening socio-economic conditions. And over 50% of our population still live without access to energy.
These challenges disproportionately affect the most marginalized in society: women, children, and youth. At the Green Africa Youth Organization, we've made it our mission to address such challenges head-on. Our vision is clear: a climate-resilient and sustainable Africa led by its young people.
Through a community-led zero waste model, we support local governments and essential waste workers, both formal and informal, to increase waste prevention and collection, apply innovation across the entire waste value chain, and deploy indigenous knowledge in cross-border learning and knowledge sharing.
In turn, we are promoting waste reduction from landfills, reducing methane emissions, preventing waste burning, restoring dignities of frontline workers who keep our cities clean, and creating the much-needed green jobs for Africa's aging workforce.
Our goal is to mainstream zero waste as the solution to Africa's waste management burden.
By learning with communities and co-designing adaptation measures together, we are able to provide essential resources to enhance those on the front line to better prepare for, respond to, and adapt to climate change while mitigating the socio-economic impact of extreme weather events.
We equip climate-affected communities with skills to access alternative livelihood, reduce conflict on natural resources, and development of community-led climate solutions.
In 2020, Gaio launched a bold initiative targeting students with the aim of preparing Africa's next generation of environmental leaders, called the Gaio Eco Club. This initiative collaborates with academic and training institutions to empower students in building new skills and enhancing their employability to bridge the workforce gap.
In energy and just transition, we are training young leaders and entrepreneurs in renewable energy deployment. And by providing energy access to all great communities, we are accelerating Africa's clean energy transition.
In addition to these on-the-ground initiatives, we collaborate with local and sub-national government, municipalities, mayors, and other policymakers in establishing institutionalized mechanisms for youth and marginalized community participation in climate policy making across all levels.
Our youth climate councils provide platforms for young people to actively influence policies to ensure inclusive climate action at regional, national, and subnational levels.
Through partnerships with policymakers, we train young people in policy formulation and negotiation. This enables them to support their countries in intergovernmental climate and environment processes, like the UN Climate Change Conference of Parties, the COPs, and the United Nations Environment Assembly.
To date, Gaio has grown to over 40 employees spread across 9 African countries. We have empowered over 5,000 women and supported over 50,000 youth in skills development in Africa.
Trained over 100 youth climate negotiators in Africa. Widened the scale of policy influence through the establishment of about 9 youth climate councils across the globe.
Supported 7 municipalities adopt zero waste solutions and planted more than 50,000 native tree species while creating over 1,000 green jobs.
For the Gaio Eco Club initiative, we're successfully working with 38 universities and 50 high schools across Africa. To date, we have a registered membership of 10,000 students. Through this collaboration, we have trained over 6,500 members and established 4 eco-enterprises at a small scale, which are directly led by these students.
At Gaio, whether it's through policy influencing, workforce development, green jobs and entrepreneurship, we believe solutions are durable when they are locally led and owned by communities. And in sub-Saharan Africa, where young people make up 70% of the population, we are committed to empowering them to deliver these solutions.
Our projects, like the Africa Climate Innovation Challenge and Climate Research Fund for African students, remove barriers and provide resources for early career researchers and young innovators to deliver cutting-edge climate research and become leaders in the diverse climate sectors.
We can't do this alone. Join us to shape the future we want. The future when the community is less vulnerable and no one is left behind.
Service to nature.
service to humanity.
Service to frontline workers.
Service to cities and municipalities.
Service towards equity and inclusion.
Service to students for a better future.
Service to youth and communities for climate resilience.
Service to everyone, everywhere.
We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. Imagine handing them a world without waste. In our journey towards a sustainable future, focusing solely on individual action might feel like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. To make a real difference, we must tackle the roots of the problem in a big and grand way. To be exact, the systems that shape the way we produce, consume, relate with nature, and with each other as a society. Let's be honest, our current systems are designed for disposability, not sustainability. They prioritize short-term convenience and profit over the long-term health of our planet. Take food waste as an example. Current statistics show that we produce 1.3 billion tons of food waste annually around the world. This amounts to about 8 to 10% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. To put this into perspective, this will be 8 times of Mount Everest made entirely out of uneaten food. That is a lot of food waste and a huge climate threat. One thing is for sure, we need new systems. It is time to invest in zero waste and stop burning money on polluting industries like waste incineration, gasification, pyrolysis, and chemical recycling. Effective systemic change involves redesigning our economies to function within nature's limits and people's well-being. In many parts around the world, this means reducing resource consumption. And for all goods that we really need, creating systems where every product can be repurposed, recycled, or composted so that nothing is wasted. These zero-waste models will bring us closer to a waste-free, sustainable, and a just future for all. This sounds like a beautiful vision, I know, but you might be asking yourself, how should we start to change these rigid old systems? This transition goes beyond individual behavior change. It requires our governments and businesses to redesign our economy to be zero waste. We need policy changes that effectively drive zero waste and enables local ecosystems to safely recycle, reuse, and compost all discards. Policies that put people at the center of this transition to align with environmental and social justice. This sounds like an ambitious plan, but is there any evidence that these strategies are already working? Yes.
In the Ashanti region, specifically Edubiasi, Gaio is able to collect 90% of organic waste from the households. Organic waste is very important to us because they serve as the major contributor of greenhouse gases when they are sent to landfills, which is the normal practice done by assembly officials.
The best part, solutions like these not only reduce waste, they revitalize local economies. Zero waste systems create 200 times more jobs than our old disposal system. And it doesn't stop there. These practices create better jobs that go beyond basic labor, provide higher wages, and offer permanent positions and improve quality of life. Are you still unsure if these strategies can be implemented on a larger scale? Let's take a look at success stories of zero waste on a municipality level. Trivandrum in India was able to bring down their waste to 150 tons per day through the implementation of green protocols, public campaigns, and a ban on single-use plastics. Or Santa Juana in Chile.
La motivación del municipio fue disminuir el traslado de residuos a relleno sanitario. También una motivación fue enseñar a la gente educación ambiental para que pudieran separar sus residuos en sus casas y el municipio poder trasladarlo a la planta y tratarlos. Y también fue el disminuir los gases de efecto invernadero que estaban provocando también y están provocando el calentamiento global y el cambio climático.
Those cities are showing us that systems change is not only effective but achievable. The solutions are there. Now it's up to us to advocate for them and apply them globally. For our planet, for our children, for a future where waste does not exist. Because we don't just inherit the earth from our ancestors, we are borrowing it from our children. And we need to return it in a better shape than we found it.
In the heart of Africa, a movement is growing, led by young people dedicated to building sustainable and climate-resilient futures for our planet. Why is this important? Climate change is intensifying the existing social inequalities worldwide. But in Africa, this is particularly pressing, with very severe consequences.
Waste is polluting our cities. Heat-related deaths are on the rise. Floods and droughts are displacing millions of people each year while worsening socio-economic conditions. And over 50% of our population still live without access to energy.
These challenges disproportionately affect the most marginalized in society: women, children, and youth. At the Green Africa Youth Organization, we've made it our mission to address such challenges head-on. Our vision is clear: a climate-resilient and sustainable Africa led by its young people.
Through a community-led zero waste model, we support local governments and essential waste workers, both formal and informal, to increase waste prevention and collection, apply innovation across the entire waste value chain, and deploy indigenous knowledge in cross-border learning and knowledge sharing.
In turn, we are promoting waste reduction from landfills, reducing methane emissions, preventing waste burning, restoring dignities of frontline workers who keep our cities clean, and creating the much-needed green jobs for Africa's aging workforce.
Our goal is to mainstream zero waste as a solution to Africa's waste management burden.
By learning with communities and co-designing adaptation measures together, we are able to provide essential resources to enhance those on the front line to better prepare for, respond to, and adapt to climate change while mitigating the socio-economic impact of extreme weather events.
We equip climate-affected communities with skills to access alternative livelihood, reduce conflict on natural resources, and development of community-led climate solutions.
In 2020, Gaio launched a bold initiative targeting students with the aim of preparing Africa's next generation of environmental leaders. Called the Gaio Eco Club, this initiative collaborates with academic and training institutions to empower students in building new skills and enhancing their employability to bridge the workforce gap.
In energy and just transition, we are training young leaders and entrepreneurs in renewable energy deployment. And by providing energy access to all great communities, we are accelerating Africa's clean energy transition.
In addition to these on-the-ground initiatives, we collaborate with local and sub-national government, municipalities, mayors, and other policymakers in establishing institutionalized mechanisms for youth and marginalized community participation in climate policy making across all levels.
Our youth climate councils provide platforms for young people to actively influence policies to ensure inclusive climate action at regional, national, and subnational levels.
Through partnerships with policymakers, we train young people in policy formulation and negotiation. This enables them to support their countries in intergovernmental climate and environment processes, like the UN Climate Change Conference of Parties, the COPs, and the United Nations Environment Assembly.
To date, Gaio has grown to over 40 employees spread across 9 African countries. We have empowered over 5,000 women and supported over 50,000 youth in skills development in Africa.
Trained over 100 youth climate negotiators in Africa. Widened the scale of policy influence through the establishment of about 9 youth climate councils across the globe.
Supported 7 municipalities adopt zero waste solutions and planted more than 50,000 native tree species while creating over 1,000 green jobs.
For the Gayo Eco Club initiative, we're successfully working with 38 universities and 50 high schools across Africa. To date, we have a registered membership of 10,000 students. Through this collaboration, we have trained over 6,500 members and established 4 eco-enterprises at a small scale, which are directly led by these students.
At Gayo, whether it's through policy influencing, workforce development, green jobs and entrepreneurship, we believe solutions are durable when they are locally led and owned by communities. And in sub-Saharan Africa, where young people make up 70% of the population, we are committed to empowering them to deliver these solutions.
Our projects, like the Africa Climate Innovation Challenge and Climate Research Fund for African students, remove barriers and provide resources for early career researchers and young innovators to deliver cutting-edge climate research and become leaders in the diverse climate sectors.
We can't do this alone. Join us to shape the future we want. The future when the community is less vulnerable and no one is left behind.
Service to nature.
Service to humanity.
Service to frontline workers.
Service to cities and municipalities.
Service towards equity and inclusion.
Service to students for a better future.
Service to youth and communities for climate resilience.
Service to everyone, everywhere.
We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. Imagine handing them a world without waste. In our journey towards a sustainable future, focusing solely on individual action might feel like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. To make a real difference, we must tackle the roots of the problem in a big and grand way. To be exact, the systems that shape the way we produce, consume, relate with nature, and with each other as a society. Let's be honest, our current systems are designed for disposability, not sustainability. They prioritize short-term convenience and profit over the long-term health of our planet. Take food waste as an example. Current statistics show that we produce 1.3 billion tons of food waste annually around the world. This amounts to about 8 to 10% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. To put this into perspective, this will be 8 times of Mount Everest made entirely out of uneaten food. That is a lot of food waste and a huge climate threat. One thing is for sure, we need new systems. It is time to invest in zero waste and stop burning money on polluting industries like waste incineration, gasification, pyrolysis, and chemical recycling. Effective systemic change involves redesigning our economies to function within nature's limits and people's well-being. In many parts around the world, this means reducing resource consumption. And for all goods that we really need, creating systems where every product can be repurposed, recycled, or composted so that nothing is wasted. These zero-waste models will bring us closer to a waste-free, sustainable, and a just future for all. This sounds like a beautiful vision, I know, but you might be asking yourself, how should we start to change these rigid old systems? This transition goes beyond individual behavior change. It requires our governments and businesses to redesign our economy to be zero waste. We need policy changes that effectively drive zero waste and enables local ecosystems to safely recycle, reuse, and compost all discards. Policies that put people at the center of this transition to align with environmental and social justice. This sounds like an ambitious plan, but is there any evidence that these strategies are already working? Yes.
In the Ashanti region, specifically Edubiasi, Gaio is able to collect 90% of organic waste from the households. Organic waste is very important to us because they serve as the major contributor of greenhouse gases when they are sent to landfills, which is the normal practice done by assembly officials.
The best part, solutions like these not only reduce waste, they revitalize local economies. Zero waste systems create 200 times more jobs than our old disposal system. And it doesn't stop there. These practices create better jobs that go beyond basic labor, provide higher wages, and offer permanent positions and improve quality of life. Are you still unsure if these strategies can be implemented on a larger scale? Let's take a look at success stories of
we get to know if it is indeed zero waste. The way the zero waste team are always on top, zero waste, we'll get to know today if it is indeed zero waste. I would kindly invite the founder and executive director for Speech Forces to come in and then take it from here as we announce the winners of today's debate. Eric.
Okay. Hello once again. So to bring finality to the debates, we will be announcing the winners. So I'll first welcome Anne. Anne was a judge to give us who won and give us maybe 2 sentences as to why they are awarding the win to that particular team. So please give it a round of applause to Anne. Yeah, I don't envy you at all.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I just want to say that this was a very good debate, given that both sides were able to at least have some information about what both methods were about and why we are even having this debate in the first place. Before I announce the winner, I'm just going to give us a brief overview of how the debate was judged and what we looked out for within the debate. I just want to clarify that we are not really looking out for which of the solutions is the most ideal solution principally, but we are looking out for which team best argued it within the context of the debate and what was required of them, so the burdens of each team. So based on that, we have the winner of the round being Team Proposition, being from Mauli Secondary School, the team that argued for incineration, yes, basically. So I think we can have our winners. Okay, so there are 3 things that we use to judge the round. I've already hinted at one. The first is context. The second is the clear path to implementation within the context. And the third is engagement. So context, based on the developing countries, we needed to determine which of the teams better argued what would be best for a developing country based on the unique characteristics of a developing country. From Team Proposition, from the first speech, they give us an idea of what developing countries look like and already hint at some of the concessions that they are willing to make, i.e. the fact that idealistically, zero waste management seems like the most ideal thing. However, because of the unique struggles of developing countries, it may not be the most practical solution for developing countries. Based on that, we needed to determine how that was engaged by the opposition team. The engagements from the opposition team seemed to stem around the idea that the zero waste management solution is always the most ideal and always the most environmentally friendly. We didn't the panel was of the opinion that that did not directly tackle the idea behind practicality and the ability for developing states to meet the full demands of the zero waste management. I think based on that very important clash as to the immediate context in which we exist and the immediate need to find a temporary solution to the problem, we unanimously decided that the winning team was the proposition team.
Thank you. I can see that all the zero waste team are quiet. They don't want to say anything. They are quiet. They don't want to say anything. They don't have anything to say. Thank you very much, Speech Forces, and thank you very much, Honorable Judge. We would now invite the first runner-up or finalist to mount the podium as they receive their award for this debate. First runner-up team. Akosombo. Great. We would invite Honorable Mohammed Awal to do us the honors of giving their award to them. All the three main speakers from Akosombo, please join us. Great. Honorable, please do us the honors of presenting the award to them. Photographers, please. We need good content. Please, the teachers should join them as they get their picture with the trophy. Please, let's give it up for them for the first runner-up for the Clean Air Conference Debate 2025. Thank you very much, Honorable. Congratulations, Akosombo team. Congratulations, guys. Now, with the loudest clap and the loudest shout, let's invite the winners of Clean Air Conference 2025 debates. Mauli School, kindly come in front and receive your acknowledgement. Now, with the loudest humidity, I would want to invite the guest, Anna, to do us the honors of giving this award to these brilliant students. Honorable Alfredos. Please, the teachers, can you kindly join them as they take this award? Ooh. Please, after the award, the chief judge, can you please join them on stage? Zero Waste Director, kindly join them on stage. Operations and Programs Director for Green Africa Youth, please join them on stage as we take the final picture with the winning team. Please, let's double up a little bit. Congratulations, guys. Serious content. Please, who's taking the main picture? Great. Great. I just got a nice information, right? So the first runner-up team will be taking home or to their school 1,000 Ghana cedis as a reward. And the winning team gets to take home 2,000 Ghana cedis. Congratulations, guys. And thank you for making this one amazing. All right. We would want to move straight into our plenary. And I would love to invite my co-host, Thelma, to take over this space. Thank you very much.
I thought we were going to clap for Kingsley. And clap for me too. Okay, so I'm honored to lead this policy plenary session. We are looking at the right to clean air in urban Ghana. As a background, air pollution in urban Ghana, particularly in cities like Accra, Kumasi, and Tamale, has become a pressing public health and environmental justice issue. And according to the World Health Organization, poor air quality contributes significantly to premature deaths and respiratory illness in Ghana, affecting marginalized and low-income communities. And as part of this conference, Clean Air Conference, this specific panel aims to critically examine how the right to clean air is or is not protected and enforced in Ghanaian urban context, and what interdisciplinary solutions might exist across law, policy, activism, urban planning, and public health. So to join me on stage, as I mentioned their names, please give them a resounding round of applause. The first, in no particular order, Dr. Yao Ajiman Bafo from the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability Studies. Round of applause for him. Round of applause for Madam Selina Amwa, Director for the Air Quality Department, EPA. Please, a round of applause. I'm seeing some people not clapping. A round of applause also for Mr. Evans Asamoah Ejay, City Advisor, C40 Cities. A round of applause for Chief all-time favorite, Mr. Desmond Apia, Country Manager for the Clean Air Fund. And a round of applause for my very own, the Zero Waste Director of the Green Africa Youth Organization, Mr. Jacob Johnson Atakwa. A round of applause for him as well. Audience, your amazing panelists, and panelists, your audience. Please let's clap for JJ still as he takes his seat. Guy, you're in the house. Zero Waste team. Okay. So to begin with, I'm going to start with Madam Selina Amwa. And the very first question that I have for you is that to what extent is the right to clean air protected under Ghanaian law or international frameworks Ghana has ratified? And are there any legal gaps or enforcement issues that you find most pressing?
All right, thank you so much for having me, and also to say thank you to Gaio for organizing this program and inviting the Environmental Protection Authority to be part of it. Yeah, when we talk about policies available for the promotion of air quality, if you look at our laws, the protection of the environment is embedded in most of the laws that we have. If we start with the Constitution of Ghana, the Article 36(9) places responsibility on the government to ensure that the environment, appropriate measures is taken to protect the environment for the citizen and also for posterity. And then the 47, also 41K, also places responsibility on citizens to also take measures to safeguard the environment. So when we look at the Constitution of Ghana, it's embedded. When we talk about environment, it's everything that affects us. So air quality is one of them. And then also the National Environmental Policy. The policy has an aspect of air quality in it. Though it is not so explicit, but it is there. If you look at it, issue about pollution prevention and control is there. On waste management is there. energy resources, the use of renewables is also captured in there. And then also promoting the impact assessment is also in there. The other policies, the environmental sanitation policy is also one of them. I mean, looking at how we can sustainably manage our waste to reduce its impacts on public health and also on the environment. And waste to energy, like those who won the contest, is one of the things that were being looked at if you look at the environmental sanitation policy. The industrial policy is also there. That is encouraging industries to implement efficient use of resources, self-regulation to promote best practice in the industry. It's also there. The national energy policy also has some issues captured in the promotion of renewable energies, waste to energy, and then also the petroleum sector, employing sustainable practices in the exploration of the petroleum resources is also there. The transport policy, sustainable transportation is also in there. So there are a number of policies. If I should go now, I'll go on and on. So the policies are there. But the issue is on the implementation. If you look at the EPA Act, it also gives the act that established the Environmental Protection Authority. And then it gave the authority the mandate to regulate the environment. And the functions include to advise the Minister of Environment on the formulation of policies and on the environment, and also make recommendation for the protection of the environment. Is also there to issue environmental permits. And the permits, the LI 1652 has now been repealed. We have the LI 2504, that is a current one, and it promotes the use of the impact assessment procedure to regulate activities. And what the impact assessment does is that before you start any project, you look at what the possible impacts are, and then you start planning, using the preventive approach. So before you start the thing, you do a thorough assessment. You look at the technology, what is the best practice, that is the materials you're going to use, where you cannot control, the end of pipe solutions, which ones are you going to use? So if we go through this, we'll be able to reduce some of the impacts on the environment. So the policies are there. We have the Ghana standards that we have developed that gives permissible limits for the air pollutants that impacts on the environment and then public health. And then recently, the air quality management regulation was also passed, and that is to help in management of the air quality space in the country. So we have all these regulations and policies there. What I see is the enforcement, which is not normally done to the level that will help us achieve the results that one anticipates to have. So we have the policies. Let me add that we don't have the air quality policy specifically for air quality management. There's been a lot of discussion. Some are of the opinion that we need to have a separate policy for air quality. And others think that with all that I have mentioned, if they are embedded in other policies, must we get another policy? Because the policies are there, the issue is the implementation and then enforcement. So that discussion is also ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Selinamwa. A round of applause for her for this very insightful response. I'll move to Dr. Yawa Jimanbwa for Senior Lecturer, Center for Climate Change and Sustainability Studies. Your question is, how can urban planning be leveraged to improve air quality, and are there examples of planning tools or policies that have led to cleaner air in other cities, including in Ghana?
All right, thank you very much. And also thank you to Gaio and their partners for putting this together. I think it's an excellent platform to come up with solutions that are locally oriented. So yes, I'll pick up a little bit from what my panelists talked about. I think we clearly appreciate that there's a lot of policies in Ghana to address, issues of air pollution or clean air. But what is also clear from what she even just highlighted is the fact that, urban planning unintentionally, leads to pollution or creates a lot of spaces for, pollution in our systems. Because if you look at some of our congested roads all the time, they end up polluting the environment. You know, that's one of the key things that I think is important. But there are obviously a lot of examples, you know, that exist. Even in Ghana, there's examples that are coming up. One very good example is the issue of vehicular movement. So we have what we call the transport sector, where the BRT systems can be a very important, system for dealing with that. In places like Bogota or even in Germany, many other cities where BRTs are known to be very effective, they create lanes that allows for, very effective cars to be able to have dedicated lanes, and that is something that I think can already be done, is already being done across the country. Because I think if you look at our transport sector, especially in major cities like Kumasi, Accra, I think we don't, create systems in place to ensure that the dedicated lanes that we started with the BRT, which didn't work, are there to help, people to become less, what I call less prone to the pollution that we experience. Because I think it's better to think that if you create dedicated lanes and we basically adhere to those lanes for our BRT, it will save more people from going to the hospital than, creating a hospital bed and allowing people to go in and say that. So I think that is very important. Another example that I can talk about is creating spaces for more greens within the city. And I think that's something that also we need to pay attention to, because in many cities where greenery systems are very efficiently done with more trees within different pathways, the medians, it allows the air to be cleaned. And that's something that I think we can be picking up, because the evidence is quite clear that if we have more greens, we are likely to reduce the amount of pollution, and hence we can have a lot of clean air. Because already currently the data that is available shows that the quality of air in our cities are most of the time the highest within the continent, not just within the continent. If you go online right now and check the air quality for Accra, you realize that we are actually one of the worst. And with all the construction that is happening also, I think that during major construction of roads, we can do better with systems that allows for limited level of pollution within the spaces. I mean, one example is the Pukwasi road, for instance, which I think we are already seeing the amount of pollution that is going on. So can we have structures in place to ensure that these areas are also being taken care of when it comes to that? So I think these examples is this. One example that I'll talk about beyond the green buffers is what Gaio is doing, the zero waste effort, which I think brings in the issues of composting. There's a high probability that almost all of us here have been burning some waste from our homes on a daily basis. And I think when we started, I think the host talked about the fact that, at some point in her life, she realized that people in her communities are burning. So the zero waste project, I think, has to be done very well at the level of the assemblies. And I think it can be done. It's not something that we need to say, oh, this is too difficult. We can start somewhere, pilot basis, but before we do that, I think we also need more education. You have to educate people, and also you have to provide them alternatives. Because I've been talking about urban gardening, which is also linked to zero waste. If people are able to create compost from their home, their household waste, it goes back into their homes, and then they will limit the amount of burning which they do. So I think these are some examples that are practical that we can be picking up on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Dr. Yao Ajiman Bafo. We move to Mr. Evans Ejay, C40 Cities Climate Advisor. And your question is that we often see ambitious environmental policies, but limited implementation. And I saw you nodding at the mention of implementation. So what do you see as the main obstacles to enforcing clean air regulations in Ghanaian cities?
All right, thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. And kudos to Gaio for this platform. I think it's a very strong platform to let the world know about clean air and the kind of support all of us can give for us to enjoy a clean environment and a cleaner air within our space. I must admit that research shows that by 2030, 2040, 2050, more than 50% of the world's population, especially in Africa, will be moving to the urban centers, including Accra, including Takrady, including Tamale. These are gradually becoming congested in ways that planning and development cannot even solve now. I must also admit that there are several policy ambitions that urban center administrators like assemblies, MMDAs, have been putting together. So a classic example is for Accra, Accra's Climate Action Plan, which was spearheaded by my boss, my previous boss, Desmond. And even if you go to Takra, the STMA, they have their CCAP program, which is also a climate action plan. If you move to Bekwai, they also have one, just to mention a few. These are very ambitious strategies, policies, and guidance, and all that they want to do. However, the main challenge has been implementation. And so having led the implementation of the climate action plan for Accra, I'm well positioned to tell you some of the challenges, and especially when it comes to air quality. I think that our major challenge is money. You know? So you can have all the best of ideas. And if you take some of the policies and the strategies, they are fine actions. So if you take Accra's CAP like this, it has 21 actions to be implemented in 5 sectors. Majority of them are very solid plans with targets. But where is the money to implement them? The same thing for even air quality related actions. Same for the other assemblies. One other thing too that is also affecting implementation has to do with, at times we don't have much political will, much political support. And it's not that the politicians
looking out to do. Then I think Dr. Abuafo's mention of the greening. I always, because I worked in the assembly before, I always say that the rules are there. There is no planning permission which does not give you what percentage of your space should be maybe concrete and which other percentage should be green. If you look at Accra's plan, from the center of Accra towards the well-planned areas, Mamprobi going, Dansuman Estates, it is clear. Virtually every house had a green space with a tree. Those who moved in. But recently, we are allowing all that to be dissipated. And when you look at the other side, which is to the east, right, you will see that these areas were built by individuals, and they don't seem to be concerned or to be applying those planning regulations. So it brings us back to that enforcement aspect. To the question, specific question about what we can be doing in our urban space, there is enough research done. 65% of our waste is organic. Now, if you have 65% organic waste, what can you do with it? And we should remember, our organic waste is also wet. Now, when you have wet waste, by the time you dry it to be able to go to the waste to energy, which is you would have lost about 50% of that weight. So even though we say, oh, we have 1,000 tons, by the time you dry it, you now have 500. Now, if I'm going to build a waste to energy plant, would 500 tons of waste be enough to be able to address what I want to do? So we need to be putting it in context. And that is why I was glad the team that won the debate was referencing the concept, the contextualization of the solutions. So some of the things we have to be paying attention to is that based on the kind of waste we have, what are the things we can do? And how do we link it to government policies? And I think this goes to the assemblies, whether or regulators and the like. What is the government's policy? Government is pushing for agriculture. The agriculture that we are pushing for to get a high harvest to address our food security concerns. They are saying we should apply fertilizer. Should we go for the inorganic fertilizer or we should go for the organic fertilizer when you have 65% organic waste? So we should be able to be driving the tying in, the linkages between the problems we have and how we can use that problem as a base to solve the challenges. A couple of days ago, and I'm sure most of you saw the Bus Stop Boys, when the MC from Ayawaso West did a donation to them and asked the guy, what are some of the things that you think and all that? And he says, look, why don't we assign the roads to maybe a group of people to do? 5 kilometers is for this group, 5 kilometers. The part that I liked was that he linked it to the unemployment challenge that we have. And so if you go to Rwanda, Kigali, that we like to reference, they have assigned the roads to like 3 or 4 people. They've solved a challenge of unemployment. Monitor it. They don't go and crowd there like we do in Ghana. You know, this person comes at 6 to maybe 10. Another person comes from 10 to 2. Another person 2 to 6. So that they keep the place clean. They do not do the burning. And they've created jobs. So I think composting is one of the things that we have to be doing. And then we need to be able to face, we should be prepared to face solutions. When you don't have a lot of resources, the way you implement your solutions should not be at a goal, you say we are going to solve everything, because you cannot. It's not realistic. So the things that Gaio, for instance, is doing, implementing a solution in LADMA, showing that we've seen the challenges that are there, and then scaling. We should be prepared to do that. If you go to our landfill, we have landfills, they are old, so they've been, the organics have decomposed. You don't have the means to go and do methane harvesting at a go. How do you do it in a gradual way? You know, so we need to be realistic about the environment we are in and the kind of solutions that we can be pushing. And then we should start small and go in that direction. My last point on this will be, where are the big sources of the kind of waste that we are talking about in the urban centers? Markets. Markets have organics. These are raw, clear organics. You know, so is it not possible for the assemblies, even without all the crying that they don't have resources? They do have resources. It is what they are targeting to address. Why wouldn't they do some biodigestion in the market? Because you're going to get the organic waste direct from the market. Take that out of the waste stream. You are cutting all this to a landfill. Take that out. Do some local level biodigestion. And these things are not new. They are happening in Nairobi. They are happening in, I think, Uganda and so. Let us target the solution so that our small resource can make a long headway. So I think I'll end there, and then hopefully we get opportunity to.
Thank you so much, Mr. Desmond. A round of applause for Mr. Desmond up here. Final submission, final question to you, JJ. Sorry, Mr. Jacob Johnson Atakwa, Zero Waste Director of Gaio. Can you tell us the impact of methane and explain the impact of methane and other waste-related emissions on urban air quality and public health?
Thank you very much, Thelma, and thank you to the speakers before me. Maybe let me join my voice in thanking the organizers, Green Africa Youth Organization, for having us here. But when it comes to the kind of emissions that we have from the waste sector, we have several of them. We have methane that comes from the digestion, anaerobic digestion of the organic waste. But there's a critical component, just as particulate matter, that we get from the burning of waste. And recently, Gaio commissioned a study that is working on mapping the open burning hotspots in Accra, just 5 municipalities in Accra. And when you see the map that we have of the burning hotspots, it will shock you that it's even in the high-end neighborhoods that you have a lot more of the burning. So I think we need to decouple our minds from the idea that it's low-income neighborhoods or underserved communities that are doing burning. When you see the trajectory of open burning increase in Ghana, we have doubled, more than doubled actually, since 2010, and the data is there to show that. And so there's a lot of emissions coming from open burning of waste. There's a lot of emissions coming from landfilling. And these are very critical to the climate conversation, because in order to keep global temperatures, average global temperatures at a record low of between 1.5 and 2 degrees, we need to do a lot to ensure that we are abating methane emissions. And a lot of people mention methane because research has shown us that it's 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide, which means that the same volume of both methane and carbon, methane will do way more damage than that. But there's good news. The good news is that we can act very much on methane. And so activities like composting that Gaio is doing at our facility at MRF that we are scaling across African cities, specifically in Gaborone and Kampala, lead the way by showing how communities can actively do things to ensure that we cut down emissions. But even more importantly, there's a part that we oftentimes miss. And I'm glad that Chief mentioned it. There's a part of working on waste that is where the jobs are. And providing green jobs is an imperative for us, because you can't ask people to take care of the climate when they are hungry. You have to take care of the climate when there's something in your stomach. But we found innovative ways to show that when you're taking care of climate and the environment, there's a possibility of creating green jobs. And so the green jobs that exist along the entire waste value chain are very important. And somewhere, maybe a month from now, we're going to launch a Green Jobs Handbook that specifically focuses on the work that we've done in Uganda, in Kampala, and shows how it can be replicated across African cities. Because like it or not, Africa belongs to you and I. If we don't do anything about it, nobody's going to do anything about it for us. And so methane emissions, PM 2.5 emissions, are very big when it comes to our waste profile and emissions profile. And there's quite a number of things that we can do. But beyond this, we need to know that a lot of policies can be given to us at the central government level. Local governments can try their best to implement it, but the responsibility lies on individuals. Because if central government says everybody should compost their waste, local government says in order to compost your waste, you need to separate your waste at source. If you, the individual, are not separating your waste at source, it will be very difficult to compost. And a year from now, we'll say, oh, temperatures in Accra are very high. We are feeling very hot, forgetting that our inability or our failure to separate our waste at source, which can lead to high recycling incidences and even better composting, are the things that are drawing us back. So individuals have a very big responsibility. And beyond, CSOs, individuals, and government, there's also the big point of funders. And I like that Evans mentioned that we need a lot of money to do these things, because these things don't happen in a vacuum. One of the debaters mentioned that for somebody to be able to buy 6 bins, it's not basic, it's luxury. And so we need funding to be able to do these things. I understand that many households may not be able to, start 6 bins at a go. But historically, when you look at the countries that are segregating as much as 15 separate bins, they started from 2. Wet waste, dry waste. Your dry waste can easily be recyclable, and then your wet waste can be composted. So we need to drive a lot of financing into the sector and stop thinking that, oh, as for waste, it's baller, so we don't need money. And another group of people that are doing an amazing work, I see Johnson in the room, Lydia and Bosco, the informal sector. They are responsible for a chunk of the collection that goes on within urban centers. And so when you see Abuboyas moving around, don't just see them as some Abuboya that's disturbing you. They are expressly separating waste inside their own vans and ensuring that when you give them the bin and even you don't separate it, they take out the recyclables before putting the wet waste in a big container and separate it. Then they can go and then sell the recyclables to other people. So there are various actors along the entire value chain that we need to pay specific attention to. If we fail to capture them when it comes to policy and planning, we'll get the results wrong. Back to you, Thelma.
Thank you so much, JJ. Really insightful responses from my amazing panelists. At this juncture, I would invite 2 questions from the audience directed at any panelist over here. Just 2 questions. Co-host Kingsley, can you help me choose 2 individuals from the audience to ask questions? I see a hand up on the adjudicators table of speech forces beside Eric, and I also see another hand, 2 hands up. So Kingsley, up to you to decide who goes.
Thank you. My name is Akofa, and from all indications, we are moving in a positive direction with this conference. Now, I'm saying so because when we're growing, okay, I'm part of the 50 plus. So I related with, my boss, Desmond. I know that the city plans we have, they are meant to beautify our cities. So until recently, I did not hear from any angle that, oh, we want to plant trees to control air quality in Ghana. So my question is to almost everybody, because everybody mentioned something concerning air quality and city planning. When are we going to tie some of these activities to air quality and not only beautification? Now, I go to hotels. I ask them questions. Why do you have plants there? They will tell me, oh, it makes the place beautiful. I go to offices. I ask them, why do you put plant there? They'll say, oh, it makes the room nice. Your desk looks nice. Air quality has never been part of the conversation. So my question is, when are we going to connect, or in which documents are we going to publicly link some of these activities to air quality in Ghana? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Who on the panel would like to take this?
I can start and then I can hand over to the policy experts as well.
Okay.
I think that we have done a lot of work when it comes to linking the two. So because of the nature of our work at Green Africa Youth Organization, we interface a lot with environmental health departments or environmental health and sanitation units. And in one of our trainings, we mentioned, or capacity building sessions, we mentioned that it's important while we're asking people to, separate their waste at source, increase our recycling indices and whatnot, we're asking them that they need to know the effect of what they are doing. So when it comes to open burning, for example, you need to know how that's affecting you. And so one of the things that we've done was that we built capacity specifically on using mobile air quality sensors to be able to pick air quality data in localities. So for many of the environmental health officers that were there on the day, they were able to go around, use the Airbeam mini sensors to be able to capture air quality. And that way we know that in the events where a lot of these environmental health officers have a lot of these monitors around, when they go on their inspection and their implementation rounds, they can be able to show the data directly to whoever is burning or whoever is cooking with firewood and say, this is what the reading says. These are the consequences of what you are doing. And so you need to do more when it comes to planting trees, stopping open burning and whatnot. Because like it or not, it's cross-sectoral. It's not just even about, the air quality. It's also about cooling. These days, when people are building a house, they just tile everywhere. And then when the water doesn't have anywhere to go and then the compound is flooded, then they're asking, when will NADMO come? Forgetting that they are the ones who are causing the problem. And so it's interlinked. And I think that from implementation or from practice, some of us are doing what is needed. So maybe I'll now hand over to policy experts on the panel who can also speak to that.
Thank you, and I'll keep this short. I think the key thing is awareness creation. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, I was making the point that just 2 years ago, if we had a conference on air quality or anything relating to clean air, you wouldn't have had a room full of all of us. It was so difficult just to get people to pay attention to the question of air pollution. And Mr. Apo is here. I remember when it was at EPA, it was a struggle. Like today, we are talking about data availability. It's not a question of data. EPA has been collecting data on air quality since 1997. But now we are not asking about the data. We are asking, is it available? So it is a trajectory. And we should kind of appreciate that it takes 1, 2. Evans made a point. A lot of our chief executives do not see the linkage between poor waste management and the health bills or the cost of health care. And so we need to be able to continue the awareness creation and be showing the linkages, even in our own homes. Someone mentioned about waste burning maybe once a week, and I was whispering to Jacob that I think at least once a month. Just because the waste collection organizations do not link that, and all of us are kind of guilty. The green waste that we make in our homes, can we compost? Jacob gave a solution, just to dry and wet. Awareness creation. We need to continue to let people know that when there is poor air quality, it's affecting you, your health, the economy. How much does it cost all of us to be going to hospital for strokes, BP, days off work? National health insurance will pay for the hospital, but you have to get yourself there. And it costs you, either you are not going to work, not selling, the transportation cost. So it is building more awareness, letting the policymakers understand that there is impact. The pollution has impact. And there's a bit of work that we are doing, Clean Air Fund is supporting, which soon will be coming out with more specific cost implications. But the World Bank has done us a favor. World Bank released a report a few years ago, which said air pollution is costing the country, Ghana, $2.5 billion. $2.5 billion a year. Billion. Remember the whole country, we went to IMF for how much? Do you remember? 3 billion. And we are still under some conditions because of that. But air pollution is costing us that much. Earlier on mentioned about the Mahama Cares, the cost of NCDs. So it is the continuing advocacy, the education, the awareness creation, making people know the state of our air quality. It's invisible, so we think it's all clean. But if 99% of the whole world is exposed to pollution, and in Accra and Ghana, all the data is showing that it's going up. Not because there's no effort from EPA. I always would commend them for the effort. But there's a lot more we can do. But if we don't understand the consequence, one, to ourselves as individuals, and then to the larger community, then we would think that, oh, it doesn't concern us. It's a faraway problem, so let us not act. Please, the awareness creation, we should keep hammering on it till we get to the point that we all appreciate that it's there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So just to add a little to what my two senior colleagues have said, I think beyond awareness creation, we need to also have that understanding that at the city level, at the urban development level, whatever activity or actions we are taking in terms of managing the environment, we are also benefiting or reaping the benefit or reaping the co-benefit of air quality. Let's understand that. So if you are treating waste well, what it means is that you are reducing the amount of methane gases and other greenhouse gases that will be emitted into the environment. By so doing, you are creating a much more livelier and much more cleaner air. If you decide not to burn waste, or if our cities and our urban administrators would be able to ensure that citizens do not burn waste, what we are doing as part of the benefit is that we are creating a much more cleaner air environment for everybody. So it's a combination of several factors, but we need to understand that if you plant a tree, you are not only solving a flooding issue, but you are also creating a much more cleaner environment for you in terms of air quality. And it doesn't only serve as a sequestration point, but the tree is also able to accommodate a lot of things that you might have not even planned as part of the benefit that you are going to get. So it's a combination of so many factors, but let's understand, every action that we take has a co-benefit. So if we manage our waste well, manage our environment well, plant trees, what we should be getting as part of the co-benefit is air quality. Thank you.
Okay. I was hoping we take the second question, and I'll leave it for Madam Selina and Dr. Boafo to answer the second question, if that is fine by you.
I just wanted to add just a quick
Yes,
one on the linking tree planting and air quality. Okay. I think it's always been there, but the conversation has been more on combating climate change. Because, trying to plant trees to take off the carbon dioxide that is generated, it is there. But if you look at some of the flyers that we have for awareness creation on air quality, it is in there that planting of trees is one of the things that we should do to deal with air pollution. So it is there, but maybe it's because we are not talking about it. But as we continue to create the awareness, people will get the understanding that planting of trees is one of the ways to also deal with air pollution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We take the second question, and from the adjudicators table, and this will be answered by Dr. Boafo and Madam Selina.
Okay. Good morning. This actually for Madam Selina.
Oh, that's
you
amazing.
mentioned the principle of the preventive principle. And my question is, don't you think a better way to enforce for enforcement is the polluter pays principle? Because you understand that with the polluter pays principle, whoever that is caught to be a polluter is made to pay or is encouraged to pay for the mess they are creating. Don't you think that is going to be a start for the enforcement? Because you mentioned that the conversation for enforcement is still on the table, and you realize that the harm is still ongoing. Don't you think we capturing people that are creating the mess and making them pay for what they are doing is a start for the future? Thank you.
Thank you. Please, just a small correction. I didn't say the conversation for the enforcement is starting. What I said is the conversation on whether there should be a specific policy on air quality. That is what I said the conversation is going in. Yes, the polluter pay principle is already there and is being implemented. So if you look at most of our fees and charges, it's embedded in there. It's based on the level of pollution. So it's something that is being done already. And then if you look at the air quality regulations that we have now, there are penalties. So open burning like this is something that is prohibited. If you are caught burning waste, you pay. So it is already in there, and it is something that is being implemented. But maybe the air quality regulations is giving us more power to be able to do that. If you take the industrial undertakings, it is embedded in there. You pollute, you pay. So we are already using the polluter pay principle. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for my amazing panelists. Are we tired of clapping? Okay. Please, I'd like us to put our phones and papers and everything on the chair and stand on the stage as we take a photo together. Audience, a round of applause for my panelists as they take their seats. And now I'll hand over to my amazing co-host, Kingsley. A round of applause for him as he comes to the stage.
Thank you very much, Thelma. Thank you, folks, for an amazing time on the stage. We would want to zoom in straight to another plenary discussion, and we would want to invite the moderator for that space, Miss Margaret Imprim. If you can kindly join me on stage, please give her a round of applause for Miss Margaret Imprim. Fortunately for us, she's our global coordinator for the Youth Climate Council. Please have your stage, and then you have the floor.
All right, thank you very much, Kingsley. So far it's been amazing. Can we give it up for everyone, please? And for yourselves, can you give it up for yourselves, please? So this next plenary is themed Waste, Methane, and the Clean Air Agenda. Thelma did a lot of justice on the policy side. We're going to go more into technical conversations. And I'm happy to be the moderator for this session. I'm Margaret Imprim. I'm the Global Coordinator for the Youth Climate Council's Global Alliance. That is another initiative of GAIO. So just a little bit of context. As Ghana moves toward implementing the comprehensive clean air agenda, the contribution of waste-related methane emissions to urban air pollution and climate change cannot be overlooked. And as you know, methane that largely produced from organic waste decomposition is unmanaged or in poorly managed landfills, not only accelerates global warming, but also worsens our air quality. And as part of what we're doing here, this panel seeks to position waste management as a core component of Ghana's clean air strategy. And we're going to explore scientific evidence, technical pathways, and policy options for reducing air pollution from waste while aligning with public health and climate commitment. Before I speak more into the objectives, I'm going to introduce our panelists. Our first panelist is Mr. Daniel Lamte, the Principal Programs Officer from MESTI. EP, sorry about that. Our second is Madam Ellen Kwating Amponsa. I hope I had the name right. She's our Health Promotion Officer from LADMA. Can we give it up for her, please? Third is Ninoy Omabo, who is the founder for Transform Transport Accra. He's also the manager for the Ghana National Plastic Action Partnership. And last but one is Mr. Jamado Prince, the regional lead for digital innovation and compliance. And our final speaker is Mr. Johnson Doe, who is the Africa Regional Executive for the International Alliance of Waste Pickers. All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you all here, and I'm going to pick your minds on a couple of stuff. But like I told you, the objectives are to highlight the link between our waste practices, especially organic waste, and urban air quality challenges. Also discuss technical and regulatory pathways to reduce methane and harmful air pollutants from waste. Also, we're going to analyze current gaps in national and municipal clean air strategies with regard to the waste sector. And lastly, to promote data-driven cross-sectoral solutions aligned with Ghana's clean air and climate target. My first question will go to you. You're right here, so I'll start with you. Mr. Lamptey, are there any ongoing national strategies or pilot projects that is targeting methane mitigation from our landfills or dump sites?
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. So to clearly answer this, we must first understand where the emission sources are and why the need to, or why that methane matter, right, in this conversation. So in terms of the waste sector, especially as we speak, the emissions come from 4 sources. And the first source is about the dumping or solid waste disposal sites. The second one has to do with biological treatment of waste, composting, and other biological treatment of the organic waste. And then the third pillar would be open burning and incineration as a form of treatment of waste. And then the last point is on wastewater treatment and discharges. I think the conversation has always been around solid waste, but we do forget that we do have wastewater emissions, and largely in that source is methane. In terms of what we are doing now as a government and how we are supporting government to deliver on its climate action or climate commitment, the first is that Ghana's emissions as of 2019 stood at around 60 million tons carbon dioxide equivalent. And I say this because we also did a projection as to how the emissions will look like and its impact on health. And the projections looked at about 100 million tons carbon dioxide equivalent by 2030. And so then government then came up with a lot of, I would say, programs or actions that would clearly address the emissions. But in that, there were about 47 of them, really looking at bringing down the emissions to about 36, meaning that the target was about 64 million tons. But this action is supposed to improve health by avoiding almost 2,900 deaths, right? That was as a result of improved quality of health, if you do the modeling. But within that modeling that we did, there was no target for the waste sector, right? Even though the target is an absolute emission reduction target, it does not cover the waste sector. So what we are doing now is to have the revision of the NDC, and I'm sure most of you are part of that process. And this is not a political party because we have our honorables here. So this is the nationally determined contribution, which is government's commitment towards addressing climate change, as well as also pursuing its development pathway. But importantly, in this process, which we are undergoing revision now, is that we are looking at whether it is possible to come up with a sector target for the waste sector, or whether we can come up with a gas type target, right? Whether we are targeting methane, CO2, or the other forms of greenhouse gases. So in all of this, the reason why I bring this up is also that in that commitment, there were only 3 actions from the waste sector. That is looking at increasing our compost production capacity to about 600 metric tons a day. Also is that we wanted to establish almost 200 institutional scale biogas plants by 2030. And the last one is on landfill gas capture. But in all of that, we have not seen much progress except for the compost side. And this is because of government's action to monetize emission reduction, or to give an incentive for pursuing emission reduction activities. And so on the back of Ghana's carbon market activities, I'm sure you may all be aware, the Jospon group of companies is establishing a lot of compost processing plants across various regions, targeting the diversion of organic waste from our homes and markets, and or we say commercial sector, towards compost production. And the last angle I want to bring to this is also that we see a lot of innovation from the sanitation ministry in terms of working with a lot of private actors. We have about 3 entities already exploring landfill gas capture in the landfills that we have already. So there are a lot of efforts, but we think that the government must come up with new targets, and the new targets must center around 3 pillars. The first one is on infrastructure. The second one is on service delivery, because we talk about open burning, all of these things because of the breakdown of service delivery. And the last point is about resource recovery, looking at composting and all the other options, as well as even energy from our waste sector. So this is our share of whatever needs to be done. But I would end by saying that, importantly, the new commitment that we are seeing from the sanitation sector or the waste sector is quite innovative. Why? Because the programs that they are proposing does not only target the formal sector, it is targeting the informal sector, and importantly, the youth, because innovation really is around our youth. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, just picking it from the government side, Nii, I'll come to you since you will transform Transport Africa, Accra, looking more at how you can do your little bit to support whatever you're doing. What barriers do you face when trying to hold municipal or national government accountable for reinforcing environmental regulations? He mentioned a number of the things that government is doing and everything. How do you see these kind of things? Are you having difficulty engaging them? Are you having any challenges? What would you want to share with us?
All right, so thank you very much, Margaret. You asked very important questions. So as you know, Transform Transport Accra, our goal is to make Accra bike friendly. We think that in terms of moving around across the city, cycling, which is active mobility, and also a clean mobility forms, gives you access to the city, given the huge transportation challenges that we have in the city. In terms of challenges, we've, in the past 2 years since we've been working, tried very hard, for example, to knock on the doors of the Ministry of Transport to no avail. And for me, that's one of the barriers, because when you look at transportation and its nexus solution in terms of clean air, the Transport Ministry is one of the most important offices. And so I think that as non-profit organization or civil society access, an opportunity to working together with government is one of the challenges. But I think the other part is that a lot of the policies keeps sitting on their decks when you look at the different, local government and national government offices. I had a chat recently with some folks from the Swiss Embassy who developed this GUMAP roadmap. It's quite popular when it comes to urban mobility in Accra. And they have this very drawn-out roadmap on how to deal with urban mobility in Accra. And it's been sitting at the Ministry of Transport for quite a long time with no action being taken. And as the city grows, urban sprawl happens, we'll continue to see more issues related to pollution from our vehicles, traffic congestion. And so, these are some of the challenges. And I think that we need to be serious in terms of how, people who sit within the offices operate, because these issues are very, very serious issues. The C40 advisor mentioned how, the city will continue to grow, and the challenges that we are seeing now, I live at Mensa, and every day I have to wake up at 4:30, I go to work, I get to work at 7:30. So just imagine how much time it takes me between that commute. And so if we don't find a solution to some of these issues and develop a roadmap and listen to some of the opportunities that between civil society and government we can work together to deal with the issues, it will continue to become a challenge. And the thing with transport is it's not only access to the city, but it's an economic issue. Because if I get work too early, I can be more productive, I can do more work, income for the organization could possibly employ more people, so it's a huge challenge. And I think from my side, we have to pay attention to issues of mobility, active mobility, and moving around the city.
Thank you very much. We move to you, Mr. Doe. In your view, what policy or institutional reforms are most urgently needed in Ghana to ensure that waste workers are recognized, protected, and empowered as partners in advancing the clean air and climate agenda?
All right. Thank you, Margaret, for this important question. And I'll also use the opportunity to thank Green Youth Africa Organization for organizing this amazing event for us to share our thoughts on clean air. Let me start from my end here in Ghana. As a lead person of Waste Pickers Association in Tema, we, in our capacity, have already started way back a lot of research on opium burning and brand auditing, pilot collection as to how we can prevent some of these things. And one thing that we realize is that if you go to the high income areas, you might not see or you might not notice a lot of opium burning. But when you get to low income areas, this is where a lot of opium burnings happen. So we choose one of the coastal cities where we realize we need to do a community scoping. And we have found that there are a lot of wastes. They have a very serious waste management challenge whereby they dump into the sea. So we come in as an association to make sure waste is not dumped close to the sea. And with that, we have to conduct an open burning research, which we have data we can share. With this data, we get back to the municipality to make sure they include us in waste management policies, because what we choose to do is to create green jobs for ourselves, but at the same time, prevent open burning, promote the environment, and fight for clean air. So the we have started engaging the municipality in terms of policy. One, as waste pickers community, we have less knowledge about policies. So we have to approach the municipality to understand how can we fit in some of the policies and how can we always be at the table to contribute to some of these policies, because waste pickers for decades have developed a model of sustainability for themselves for several decades, and this is what they do. They are a single service provider which manage several wastes along the chain, which we are not paying attention to the role that they play. So it's important that we come to the table and also contribute and let us be integrated into policies. And as to that, at the global level, we prepare our submission and we circulate it to all media and the institution by also writing to the ministry, EPA, and all that, because we have less knowledge. And the fact that no institution is trying to tell us who is in charge of waste management policies. So if you approach EPA, they will tell you it's Works of Housing which are in charge of this. If you go Works of Housing, they will say local government. So we have been tossing from here and there till then. But as an expertise in waste management from our sector, we believe that waste pickers play a major role in waste management. And the fact that we don't have much knowledge about how policy looks like, we believe the integration of waste pickers into waste management will help us to play another role or more roles in terms of waste management. At the same time, create green jobs for waste pickers, and also the model of just transition for waste pickers to move from landfills into the community to be able to tackle the waste from source, and this can help to divert more waste from the source in the sense of not earning at the landfill. So in our own capacity, we have started a lot of work on this area, which the data and every available information is there that we can share later. Thank you.
That's amazing. Thank you very much. Now we move to the health aspect, and we'll go to Madam Ellen. You're with the LADMA. You're the Health Promotion Officer, so I know these questions, you do justice to them. The first thing I want to find out from you is what public health strategies are currently in place to mitigate the health effect of the poor air quality in our urban areas?
Thank you. So when it comes to health aspects concerning clean air for blue sky, is something that is important to us. Luckily, for the past 2 years, we've been advocating on it. It's used not to be talked about. Personally, it was not something I was hearing about. But then for the past 2 years, we've been making noise about it. So some of the strategies are, when it comes to health, we don't work in isolation. We have collaboration with other departments. So when it comes to the Municipal Health Directorate, we are always in collaboration with the Environmental Health, and CCE are part of us, and we work with NADMO. Also, the SHEP coordinators are not left out. Every education to the school children should pass through the school health coordinator. So we collaborate with them so that the information on clean air will go to the students. You know that whatever we tell the school children, it easily escalates. When they go home, whatever is taught, they inform their parents, they inform whoever is willing to listen to it. So it's one way to go around it. Having stakeholders' engagement is very key. In every community, you need to identify key people you can work with. Community members will receive this information if only at times it's from the opinion leaders, if it is from the Queen Mother, if it is from the assemblymen. So we have that relationship with them. They should be aware and knowledgeable about the information going on. So National brought a good thing. Every quarter, we have stakeholders' engagement. We have a meeting, and then we elaborate on the current issues. And clean air has not been left out. I was telling one of the doctors around on Gayo that the way they send their messages on the platforms is very good. Because from January to December, we have other activities ongoing, but they do not let us forget Clean Air campaign. Whilst we are focusing on other programs, we definitely include it in our sensitization. Also, having community engagement is important. We can have all these conversations, but then if the community members do not buy into whatever you are doing, it's a waste of time. We will know that having clean air is good, but the community member, the one at the seashore, the one at Mami, the typical people in the community, do they see the benefits of the clean air, or you are just deciding for them? So one of the strategies is to have community engagement with the with youth meetings, organizations, the NGOs. They should all come on board so that we all speak one language at the same time. It won't be possible whilst health are saying different thing and then a different department is saying another thing. We need to speak one language so that the community members will know the importance of whatever we are saying. So having that community engagement is important. Public awareness is important through education, sensitization. And we also have quarterly screenings for the community members. It's one of the strategies. So normally we have our BP checks, the diabetes check, glucose check, and all that. We look out for one other illness, one other disease, which is the upper respiratory tract infection. We realize that for the past years, we've not focused on clean air. And we're having such cases at the clinic. I'll narrow it to Ladade Kotopon, where I work. So I picked our data from our DIMS, which is the District Health Information Management System. That is where we enter our information, and then we analyze the needs of the community and then the other health services in the community. So when we picked the information on upper respiratory tract infection, 2023, we had 9,720 cases. 9,720 cases. In 2024, it's almost doubled. We had 15,693. 15,693. And thankfully, 2025, we came back to 6,122. So you realize that with this trend, we were not talking much on clean air. And when we realized it, quickly with the help of Gaio and all the sponsors, last year to this year, we've not joked with it. So having the drop to 6,000 is an achievement for us. It's a strategy we are not stopping. We will continue to have the collaboration and then make more noise on clean air for blue skies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to end the first round with Mr. Prince. How do you think municipalities can better integrate clean air goals into waste management decisions?
Thank you very much, Madam Margaret. And I would like to say that sometimes the titles can be deceiving. I am a tankersman, and hello to all my senior tankersmen in the house for your good work and hard work. As a matter of fact, when it comes to clean air, just as my co-panelist said, from the health aspect, there's a gray space that needs to be filled, and that is letting the people really understand the impact of what they do. And that is where sometimes we are more silent on. I'll use this case study to just describe something briefly to all of us. I lost my mom, and something told me to just check the cause of death. I was shocked. I knew my mom was suffering from diabetes, hypertension, which we all know is linked to our grandfathers, grandmothers. But when I checked the cause of death, it is way more than what I thought it was. Something that was linked through poor air. And I was asking myself, if the doctor at the time could have told us that, hey, maybe the location that you found yourself, try to move away from there because the area is too polluted, and that is contributing to your mother's health. I'm sure that would have also ranked something in me to do the right thing. We sleep on the basic things of air pollution. And as a tankersman, we visit rooms every day. We visit people's premises every day. What do we see? A lot of households burn their waste. And when you approach them, you tell them, why do you burn your waste? It is out of comfort. They believe that instead of them taking the waste to the nearby container, they prefer to just burn it right behind their windows, and they are okay. And they even ask you, does that affect you in any way? We all face this. Even this dawn, when all of us were coming to this conference, you might have spotted probably someone burning with somewhere behind someone's window. What are we doing about this? The consciousness is what is needed. Laws are there, beautiful ones. But if the people really don't understand why those laws are implemented, what then comes the good news of it having been there? We have to make sure that we hold the people to understand that when you burn waste, indeed you are killing yourself. When you burn waste, a friend, a grandmother, a beloved one is going to also die out from this. From this perspective, I know people will gain the consciousness and then come back to their senses and realize that no, talking about air quality is not about the grammar. It is not about the sciences. It is about protecting one's life and protecting your own self. So from our point of view, I think we believe we have to move away from the reactive ways of approach where we think that implementing or maybe enforcing the law probably brings finality to it. Rather, we go to the proactive measure where we connect the dots from the health perspective. What impacts are there? Let the people know the impact they are feeling. They might have also gone through that. Let them know that these are the reasons why these things are happening. And I believe they will appreciate it far more better. Now, since we've met here, we are listening to a lot of panelists talking about particulate matter, 2.5 and all that. As the tankers way, let me try to bring it to our understanding as well. I think that we all appreciate that. Now, if you light your waste, this is what happens. Or if a vehicle passes by and there is an emanation from that particular exhaust, this is what happens. A particulate matter is simply telling you that there are particles that comes out from that fume. Very tiny, to the extent that if you pick a strand of hair and you divide it into 30 pieces, that particulate matter stands for 1. Who here can see that particular matter? You can see it. And that is where we are having a challenge. Things we don't see, we don't pay attention to them. Now, when you inhale these things, it goes straight into your lungs. Your lungs are connected to your bloodstream. And as Mr. Desmond said it earlier, every organ within our system is affected by air pollution. So we don't talk about the upper respiratory again. It is going into your system. Your kidneys are affected, your lungs are affected, all other organs, including your skin, is affected. Today, when we check our records from the hospital, cardiovascular diseases are high up there. We used to make a lot of noise about HIV/AIDS. We've all seen campaigns about them. We've heard about malaria, cholera. But the point is, what is killing us today most is very silent. Why? Because people don't know what is causing them. So from our perspective, I think being proactive enough to let people know the impact of what they do probably will go a long way to help us fight this cause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, amazing panelists. We want to give room for some questions, and then we can wrap up with you all giving one final word. Are there any questions for our panelists, please? Okay. So I'll take one from each table, just to be fair. All right. So this table, yes, just one hand, I see. I mean, each lane, not a table.
Okay, thank you. My name is Roselyn Okran, and I'm from Ghana Youth Environmental Movement. So mine is not a question. It's a contribution to what Johnson said about getting those in authorities to accept them or to listen to them, what they have for their communities. So we went to Jamestown for a cleanup exercise. And we went to the municipality for assistance. And it happened that they directed us to the community leaders. And when we went there, we told them this is what we want to do to help the community. And these community leaders told us that we have to give them some stipend whilst we are bringing solutions to you. So we had to pay for us to be able to do a cleanup exercise. So just imagine. And also, when we're having the cleanup exercise, those around the community or in the community, they also said that, oh, we've seen that you are doing a cleanup exercise. We would like to join you, but when we are done, will you give us something? So, like the mindset of those in the communities that we are sending solutions to them, they are not really interested in the solution. All that they are thinking about is what they'll get in return from those who are bringing the solutions to them. And it's very, it's very disheartening for you to bring a solution to someone. The person is not interested in your solution. They are always interested in what they would gain from you. And this makes it difficult for NGOs and CSOs and other organizations to send to implement some of the solutions that they want in the communities that they work in. And I think this sensitization that keeps going on and on and on and on, I think these community leaders are supposed to be included so that whenever we speak, it wouldn't be that it's coming from people that are not in their community, but it will come from their leaders themselves so that they'll be able to listen and also join forces with these organizations to implement what is expected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This lane, yes. Very briefly, please.
All right, thank you very much. I'm from Alliance for Empowering Rural Communities. I kind of wanted to know, you made mention of the fact that when it comes to you approaching the government organizations, there's quite a challenge, especially when it comes to, you mentioned one ministry, the Ministry of Transport, that you've been knocking on their doors, there's a problem. In regards to what you've been doing, I've been following you on LinkedIn and you're doing a great job. I wanted to know, in regards to Transform Transport Africa, Accra, what is one of the challenges? Because we know that cycling is not something people are quite inclined towards to do. They would rather do as leisure, not as a means of moving from one point to another. And when we talk about clean air, we are looking at how best we can minimize pollutants to a bare minimum. So in regards to that, how can you encourage people to take up cycling as something that we should do as a conscious effort in Accra to at least be a livable city for all of us? And also, I would want to appeal to you, if you could cycle for a course, maybe you can cycle and you plant trees as you do that. I think that is something we all would look up to and would want to participate in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Nee, hold your thoughts. This lane, please. Yes.
Hi, my name is Alice Winimitoho. I work with Impact Footprints Africa. So my question is, in relation to clean air and us all promoting it, I remember your earlier comment about people's effort being less when it comes to how they manage their waste, and it appearing as though people intentionally just go about burning waste. I want to correct that just a bit before I ask my question. There are instances that people genuinely want to dispose of their waste well, but the opportunities to do that is not there. Take, for instance, the area I stay, OEB. There's no waste collection organization that operates there. Yet people stay there and they generate waste on a daily basis. So the only way they can manage such waste is to find alternative ways of disposing them. In most cases, it is burning. So it's not intentional. The services are not there for some people. My question is in relation to the data we are collecting for waste quality. How are we communicating it such that people are appreciating that data, how dangerous the figures are rising? I know that even when I was from childhood, we have the cigarette case that shows that if you take one stick, this is how your lungs will look like, and there are those pictures there, and so you already see it. Is there something like that that we are exploring to help people appreciate the magnitude of the situation we are facing right now in terms of clean air and all that? Yeah.
Thank you. Speakers, please hold your thoughts. Last lane. Yes, I'm glad there's a gentleman asking a question. All right. There's a comment. In 1 minute, please.
1 minute. Okay, so I was just thinking about the metal waste that some time ago used to be a problem. But today, I'm talking about scraps. It's not an issue because it's been able to market itself. You leave anything metal outside and see whether you will get it the next day. So the point is this: how do we make these green jobs decent and attractive so that it will help solve the problems we have? Thank you.
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Most of the challenges we are talking about are exacerbated by climate change. For example, if you are constructing a road, the engineers will water it, but in few minutes it's dried up again because of the temperature. And because it's connected to climate, and my question to my senior boss, so in our moving ahead as a nation, once we put down our commitment, how does it look like for maybe the next 5 years? Are we doing well with our NDCs, as in terms of ambition? We are not done. Like you said, you rightly said, it's under preparation. But how does it look like? Does it look like we are going to have a better commitments and all that? Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. To our speakers, you have 1 minute to respond. Ni, you had one question. Our lady's question, I'll give it to Madam Ellen, so you can answer our lady's question on more of the what are we doing, like the way the cigarettes would have the impact. You mentioned about the data. What is going on to show the harmful effects of our actions in the air quality? And our big man, you also respond to our senior man's questions. So who's going to start in 1 minute?
Yeah, sure. I can start first. So first of all, I want to say thank you very much, because our work at Transform Accra sometimes is difficult, because cycling is not something, unfortunately, that we pay attention to anymore. But when we were growing up, a lot of us saw cycling as some way of moving around from one place to the other. And it's true that, I mean, cycling cultures all around the world were people-led. So if people in Accra or in Ghana are not interested in cycling as an option, we won't reach where we want to reach. And so how we are targeting it as Transform Accra is through social media. So we do a lot of visibility, communication materials on our social media. So if you go to our pages right now, Transform Accra, we're doing a lot of advocacy, education through the social media platforms. And our media pieces get a lot of reach. I was checking just yesterday, some of our posts have up to 30,000 views and so on. So slowly we are trying to change the perceptions that people have around cycling. I don't totally agree that it's a new thing to Ghanaians, because when we grew up, people were always moving around. So we are trying as much as possible, and thank you for your encouragement on incorporating things like tree planting. We can get there. When you travel and you see, other cities, you see that, cycling is truly a good option in terms of moving around. If somebody is moving from, say, Ayimesa to Accra Central Business District, and say there's a cycling lane all across that side, and maybe there are trees around, you can just pick your bike. Now we are seeing a lot of EV bikes coming up. You can just pick your EV bike, because that one, it's less difficult, you don't sweat that much, and it's faster. So, thank you very much, and we'll continue to work together to push the agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Ellen. In 1 minute, please.
Okay, so gathering data assists us to know where rising issues are coming from and where to tackle it. So LA is reporting, other districts are reporting which area is having the major upper respiratory tract infection, or which area is having this lung cancer and other diseases. It helps us to focus at that side and then find ways to educate the people there. We know there are many other strategies to sensitize the community members. It is through our local radio stations. They help us a lot. And one medium does not send the message. You can always say it on radio, but the community member might not hear, because maybe the person does not listen to Radio Latino, the person does not listen to Adom FM and other stations. So whilst Adom FM or the other radio stations are saying the same thing, television is communicating the same thing, we are doing one-on-one during home visiting, and then we have a van that does the announcement for us, and we have community volunteers who uses the megaphone to sensitize the community members. So there are other avenues, other medium, sending out the same message. And when one message is repeatedly mentioned, that is something that is dear to our hearts, and definitely the person will listen to it. I quite remember just last year when we were having sensitization on clean air, when we got to one of the community, we went with the van. So whilst the van was having the announcements, we were also entering the community engaging them one-on-one, especially those who uses firewood for their food. And we realized that, we asked one of the women that, what is the van talking about? The mind was not there. So you assume that you are doing sensitization using the van, but the person's mind was not there. So engaging with other avenue, which was the one-on-one with the person, enabled at least to have a fair idea of what was going on and the effect of polluting the air. Thank you.
All right, so just a minute. Yes, just a minute.
Thank you. One beautiful thing about this conference, seeing everyone here, being in the bracket of a youth, I think there are modes today that we need to disseminate information to get down to us. I'm sure everyone before coming here has at least checked their status, if not on TikTok, if not on WhatsApp, any of the platforms. From our aspect, we believe that these are the means we get the message to the youth of today. So with the use of AI and all innovations, if you have a chatbot on your phone that you can have a simple chat with in the morning to know the situation within Accra, even to educate you as to what you should do and how you should do it, I believe all of us will have an information on what to do and what not to do. And trust me, let us not think that it is our grandmothers who are burning the waste. We are part of it. They send us, we do the burning. So when the message gets to us, it's better we conform to it. So from our side, we will make use of the digital means to get through to them, whilst our sisters and brothers within the health sector to do the traditional way. I think that will help. Thank you.
Amazing. Give it up for our panelists, please. Because of time, we'll end here and continue the program. If you have any question, any form of engagement, please reach out. I hope you're not leaving anytime soon. You'll be here till the end, right? Perfect. Thank you very much. Let's give it up as we have one photograph with a panel. Please give it up, give it up, give it up. All right.
Photography is coming up. Theater for performance, true, please be on standby. Thank you very much, our panelists. Please, let's give it up for panelists, please. Give it up. Louder, please, louder, louder. Thank you very much. Theater for performance team.
Fallen! Ghana's Environmental Task Force assemble. Yow, attack.
Hey, Kwabna, have you eaten today? Oh, you knew a donor. You think we are in the barracks, falling for loud? See, my body is not aluminium. It is old and tired. If bones could go on strike, I would be unemployed. Falling for loud. You've eaten it.
See, some new playlist we are go find for audio marking. Hey, forget it is Jovas. Tell me, you want to listen to something?
Hey, behave. Today's mission: Doctor Station Plastic Down. Code name: Operation Circuit Clean. Let's clean this nation one rubber bag at a time.
We dey sweep with style.
Hey, we do dodge with grace. But still, then they call we disgrace. See, we dey talk this thing where they do like say we dey laugh. But they make we talk the honest truth. These people, they see we. They know they see we.
We dey breathe what today. We dey breathe. But who they get the credit? Who they get the credit?
Who is that?
What?
Namu.
What is that smell? Is this the face of Accra you want the world to see?
Madam, it is the face of London. Madam, it is the face of London. When you got here, my question, you are here, is the world smelling? It is the smell of hard work, the fragrance of the forgotten. Oh, but no more, it is the face of London.
Sure, ma. Mama Sewa, yes. Welcome to Ground Zero, where the actual recycling happens. Eh?
Thank you.
You are overdressed for a fight with trash.
Well, I am working on a waste integration strategic plan. Okay, it's in progress.
Hey, madam, see, me, my whole life inside, it be about waste integration. But tell me, madam, where my allowance day? Eh? Tell me where my allowance day.
Leave me alone. What is wrong?
They create programs that do not involve the people already doing the work. Madam, tell me, isn't it like cooking soup and leaving the salt? When you cook soup, you don't add salt.
I
do.
Each morning we rise before the sun, not to chase our own dreams, but to chase rubbish. No marks. Just hope in the sack and cuts that don't show on paper.
See, make I tell you people something. We dey breathe in smoke. Where sometimes a glass go fit cut you. But say if you come back the next day, cause your kiddies for chop. Your kiddies for chop, then you can't stand wasting.
Hey, madam, disgusting. We don't need pity wrapped in words. We need space at your table and not to your report. Oh money. You work at the junior graphic. Which company do you work
at?
Relax. We are the clean city you are talking about. Just that no one sees us when the cameras roll. Stretch your hand and not your distance. Help us stand and not just survive. Oh, but it must be a strategic plan.
Okay. I have heard your complaints. I have noted it. I will make sure to put it in the report properly this time. Well, in the meantime, keep cleaning. Oh my God.
Hey.
My name is Kwabena. Last week I stepped on a broken glass, but I smiled because bleeding doesn't stop duty.
I am Auntie Atre. I get catcalled, cursed and chased by dog. But somehow, my name is not on any sanitation payroll.
As you already know, my name is Yao. I said the last time, I dey go away, I go take some TV before some. The way it shocked me, senior man. It be like saying now they hear BBC news for my head inside. You know me play. I did tell you people.
We breathe in smoke more than the mechanic's apprentice.
Hey.
But still with a smile. With a laugh. With a sweep.
See, because we are not just picking rubbish, we are picking respect, small.
Small. Wow.
I think gradually Accra is becoming the cleanest city.
What's that?
But don't you think a smart city requires a green policy intervention aligned with a multisectoral integration?
Multisectoral integration. Hey, Boga.
Who are you?
The people you are always talking about, but never talking to.
Oh. We are who we are. Who are you? We are the green intervention you are ignoring.
See, Nyama, make I talk to you on a very low tempo. So I say, see, make you people know they have pity for one another. Make we the partner. Make you people know they see we like say we not be human beings. Or we be some pests the way they can't pest on your money.
My friend. Partner with who? Look at yourself. Am I your co-equal? Don't we pay you at the end of the month?
Hey, what's it there?
Yow.
Don't you pay we? You don't pay me 200 Ghana cedis. You dey tell me say when not you pay we?
Okay. Come back.
It's.
Make you not tell me it's. What is it?
Yow. Calm down.
Calm down. I'm sorry.
You are sorry. 200 Ghana cedis. What did I do give you? 1 week. What did I do give you?
See, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect you, but I promise from today I'm not going to talk like this. I'm not just going to be a speaker, but a student. How much do we pay you again?
Oh, be a code. You didn't hear him when he said it.
It's
200.
I understand. I'll tell the authorities, but ladies and gentlemen, I was wrong.
waste pickers are environmental heroes, and we all know that. But here, they don't have titles. No IDs.
No IDs.
No PPEs.
No protective preventive equipment. Eh? Yes, sir, yes, sir.
They go out every day inhaling the smoke, the dust. And all they have is hope. Hope. How long are they doing this without making a better life out of it? Oh, until at the end of the day, passion in the Wobedana.
Mr. Speaker, it's okay. Drop the English. We need more than thank yous. Every day people come. We need more than thank yous. We need training. No, Babia Wakawanya, no, Belkwe. We need to be good.
No.
We need tools. We need access. We need justice. Drop the English.
Senior man, now you don't want me to vex, but I can't cool. See, make we know they recycle the policies alone. Make people recycle we too into the system. You understand? So see we too, we go fit get money, then take care of one our kiddies. Brother?
I understand.
Yeah.
Papa Speaker, recognize.
Integrate.
Protect. But you have to.
Hey!
Hey. Asamaba. Ladies and gentlemen, if you see a waste picker tomorrow, say thank you. And if you're a policy or a decision maker here, include them. Because we all breathe the same air. Thank you.
Give it up, give it up, give it up. Woo! Include them. Recognize them. Thank you very much, Theatre Performance Group. We would move on to a quick space. Can I have the Zero Waste Director for Gaio to be with me on stage? Jacob. While he's coming, there will be a small donation from the Zero Waste team. So please, can we bring these things on stage? Zero Waste Director, please join me on stage. Right. So he'll do the honors of introducing whatever that's going to happen in the next few minutes. And then the Operations and Programs Director for the Zero Waste would also join him on stage. And then they'll move on. Thank you very much. Jacob.
Thank you very much, Kingsley. Thank you very much, Kingsley. Yes, I'm back again. A year ago, we had a conversation with the Regional Environmental Health Officer, Madam Sybil Boyson. Please, a round of applause for her. She made it here today. And in the conversation, we're thinking of how to support the environmental health officers when it comes to monitoring. So, you know, environmental health officers go around, and I heard Prince say that his portfolio is tankers. But they go around and ensure that the people that are living in various vicinities act in a way where it doesn't bring any harm to the environment. And one of the things that we're focused on at Gaio is equity. We want to be able to make sure that everybody, regardless of your income status, where you live, you're able to breathe clean air. So we said, why not do a training for environmental health officers and then find out how they can be able to properly monitor air pollution within their vicinities. So we did it, and just when we closed, Madam Sybil told me that I need air quality monitors for my officers. And I said, hey, these things are very expensive. So I went back to the team in-house and said, this is what we try to do. We've done the capacity building. We've shown them how to take data with the air beams. But for somebody who is very far away in Sege, for example, an environmental health officer, when they want to borrow or lend or whatever, get an air beam to be able to do their work in Sege, it means we have to transport the air beam all the way to Sege, and it has to come back so that somebody else can have it. Because Kind Keti Urban Better, there exists an air beam or air quality library at the Gaio office. So I spoke to the team, and then gladly they agree that it's something that we can do, that we're able to support all MMDAs in Accra with air beam monitors. So today, we're here, thank you very much. We're here to do an official handing over of air beam monitors that's going to support data collection and air pollution monitoring for all MMDAs in Accra. And unfortunately, Desmond is not in the room right now, but I wish I could ask him that he should give us more money so that we can do a lot of these things. So at this point, I would call, good, so that's the mistake. I didn't say I didn't mention the surname. I mean Desmond Apia, not Desmond Alugna. But good that we have Desmond Alugna in the room. I'm going to invite my boss, Director of Operations and Programs at Green Africa Youth Organization, Mrs. Betty Ajay, and the programs, Africa Programs Manager for the Global Alliance and Incinerator Alternatives, who also happens to be the co-founder of Gaio, to join me in submitting or in donating the air beams to the Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council. So at this point, I also like to call on the Regional Environmental Health Officer, who is representing the Greater Accra Regional Minister, by the way, Madame Sybil Boyson, to receive the air beams on behalf of the Regional Coordinating Council. Sorry, they are not just 5 air beams, and there's quite a number of them. This one is just for, the pictures. So there are 150 air beams. And yeah, we've done well. Please do it better than that. We've done well. So Betty, Desmond, maybe you could pick one and do an official handing over to Madame Boyson to receive them on behalf of the Regional Coordinating Council. And it is our sincere hope that we have a lot more data when it comes to air pollution monitoring. With these sensors, when you have an app on your phone, you are just able to connect the sensor to the app and show real time how pollution is happening within your locality. So photographers, please do me the honors, take very good pictures. Guys, please, a round of applause as they are doing that. So 150 air beams or air quality sensors going to the Greater Accra Regional Council, Regional Coordinating Council. At this point, I'll invite Madam Boyson to say a few words, very few words, in acceptance of the donation.
So thank you so much. I'm happy today I have all the 150. It means 5 for each assembly, isn't it? What about my office? Because I also go for inspection. So do well to do the homework. But thank you so much. Wherever you got this, I'm so happy to have them. And I'm happy my officers are here. Coordinating directors are here. So the data you want, we'll have it for you, believe me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Sorry. So thank you very much for having us. And yeah, we promise to support in any way we can as the Green Africa Youth Organization to ensure that community development is at the heart of every kind of conversation that we're having, and to ensure that we are dealing with our waste in a very good manner or in an environmentally sound manner, and ensure that we harvest good data for proper development. So thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Please give it up for the Zero Waste team. Give it up for the Zero Waste team. It is lovely. Thank you very much, Zero Waste team.
Yeah, I think the I-beam is a very good instrument, and some work has been done on it in terms of calibration by AfriSet. So I think those who want to use it to do something that you want to achieve, some ideal state, especially health assessment and those things, you maybe, I recommend that you contact AfriSet Physics Department for maybe conversion factor, so that you can convert the raw data. The raw data is not accurate, but you can correct it to make it ideal. I think that's a suggestion I'll make. Thank you very much. Yeah. When you do contact, you can get. We have some of them here. So when we are done, you can.
Thank you very much for the inputs. We'll move straight into our last plenary for the day, the technical plenary, and I would love to invite the moderator for that space, Ms. Efua Nyameche, up here. Please let's give it up for her as she comes on stage.
Thank you very much, Kingsley. Hi, everyone. Yes, my name is Efua. We've had a lot of discussions. We had the research panel, we had the policy panel, and as we was showcased here, we need more action. So we are moving into our technical panel for us to delve more into how air pollution is affecting public health and what we are doing on grounds to combat that. And initially we mentioned that after this conference, we want to move out there doing a lot to actually address the air pollution menace that we are facing in Ghana. So it's here that we need you to take note on the emerging technologies, what we can actually do moving out from here to solve the problem. And to help me do that, I'll introduce my panel. The first person is Dr. Ernest Kunedu, who is Head Medical and Dental Unit, Technical Coordination Directorate at the Ministry of Health. Please help me welcome him. Dr. Ernest Kunedu. Right, the next person is Madam Florence Kuchi. She's with AMA, Director of Public Health. Madam Florence. Right, I move to Mr. Kelvin Yeboah. He's the project coordinator at Breathe Accra Project. Mr. Kelvin Yeboah. The last but not the least is Mr. Emmanuel Apo. He's managing consultant, EnviroFin Consult, and former director and head of environmental quality, EPA Ghana. Please do it better for my panelists. Welcome. It's amazing having you all here. And we've been having a series of conversations. And now we are on the impact of all of this on public health. We understand that people matter in all this, and all our actions and the things we are doing is to protect lives. That's the center of all this. So we want to see how it's affecting us, how we are addressing it on grounds, and to propose to all of us here how we can better solve this problem. And for us to also know, there have been a number of numbers mentioned here, but 28,000 people in Ghana die annually from air pollution-related diseases. So this conversation is very critical for all of us. I'll move right into Dr. Ernest. So we've mentioned here 28,000 is no joke of people die annually from WHO report from air pollution. So we want to understand, how does the Ministry of Health weighs this against other public health crises? We know there are lots of health-related crises that we all want to combat in Ghana, but how do we weigh this number against all this crisis? And are we treating it with the urgency that it needs? Are we?
Thank you very much. And good afternoon to all the participants. Yeah, so you rightly said that it's 28,000. I think it's even more than that. If you listen to, I think my colleague from La, Dade Kotopon, talked about even the morbidity in terms of the cases that they are recording. And typically, other panelists were also talking about the fact that because we might not necessarily see it with our eyes, we might not necessarily also put a lot of attention to it. And so currently we are facing a triple burden. in the past, we have been very much scared of infectious diseases like malaria, HIV, and things like that. And recently, even the COVID-19, Mpox and all that. But weighing diseases associated with air pollution, it has gone way above it. And I think, again, the previous panelists talked about the fact that the lungs is basically used for exchange of gases, not particulate matter. And now, whenever anything that is of particulate matter enters into the lung, it is not able to come out. And the exchange ultimately will get into your blood. And so beyond even upper respiratory tract infection or respiratory diseases, it causes almost all kinds of non-communicable diseases, including all the cardiovascular diseases, starting with the common hypertension that ultimately will end up becoming, let's say, a stroke. We have the cancers, diabetes, and all these other non-communicable diseases. So if you compare road traffic injuries, all these other infectious diseases, even mental health challenges, because it will end up in the blood, and the blood supplies all the organs. It will enter into the brain. It may give you some challenges. It will get into your heart, your kidneys, and all that. So the burden is really big. And unfortunately, in all these conversations that we are having, the human being becomes the focus of attention if you talk about air pollution. The reason why we are all concerned is that ultimately it will lead to one disease and may kill somebody. And that is why we are gathered here. And then the health sector becomes the repository of these bad outcomes. So it is very important for us to know that air pollution is actually leading to a very higher percentage of morbidity and mortality within the space that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is it urgent enough? Are we treating it with the urgency, or what is lacking?
So we are treating it with the needed urgency. Again, my colleague here mentioned that in the past, we have not given attention to it. Again, I think one Desmond A also talked about the fact that if we had met here even 3 years or 4 years before, and even referenced my colleague from EPA, the director there, it wouldn't have probably given this needed attention. And I was even on the table asking, we almost always see people burning or doing open burning. And the law in the country says that it is illegal to do open burning. But you and I know, he was even saying that whilst we were coming, people are burning behind people's house. They even burn in the night when you are asleep. That is when you can actually inhale it well, so that you can have all the complications. Because if you are going through, let's say, some kind of smoke, sometimes you cover your nose, but if you are asleep, you will just inhale it well. And that is where you're going to have more complications and things. I think that, yes, it's getting the needed attention by some conversations we are having here, that is creating more awareness, and that ultimately the health sector is also taking it up. Again, let me just mention that we do have what we call the National Health Policy. I mean, the soft copies will also be made available. I think that one of the challenges is usually around the dissemination of some of these documents. So a platform like this is good for us to also showcase this, and then we can share the copies. This was done also in 2020. Then we have developed the non-communicable disease policy, and also looks like this. And as we know, risk factors for these things are also, air pollution. Typically, we've been talking about cigarette smoking and things like that. But beyond that, the emissions from the various vehicles and all that, also leading to chronic obstructive airway diseases, and because it's getting into the blood, affecting all. And then we also have the non-communicable disease, also the strategy, which is costed. That also guides. So I think that the urgency is there. Documents are prepared. I'm sure when my colleagues talk, they will tell us almost all the laws and the documents that are policies are there. Now the challenge is always about the implementation of it, and it requires all of us to play our role to make sure that we can implement. So the agency, I would say, is there, but we all need to put our hands together and then be able to implement it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. And we've heard again here that this is a silence killer. I move to you, Mr. Paul. We've seen that enforcement has been a problem. We don't have limitation in making the laws, but then it comes to enforcement. And this is the technical session, so we are looking more at works on ground. And so with your work with the EPA, we want to know what regulatory breakthroughs did you see? did you help to enforce, and what was lacking?
Thank you very much,
Thank
Gayo.
you.
I'm really pleased to be invited to such a forum. It's been a Herculean task when you are a director or the head of an institution where you have to start from zero during your tenure. We identified the air quality problem as early as 1996. And we were focusing mainly on residential, commercial, manufacturing industries, and then mining. So once we had that idea, we decided to also come in with some monitoring framework in some areas like Accra, Kumasi, and then Takwa. The data that were collected, you could see that they were relatively very high, even in rainy season. So we had to come out with what we call, start developing regulations towards that. So we came up with what we call air quality guidelines in the year 2000. The guidelines was a focal point for collection of data across board. And we, based on the guideline that we developed, we also had to look at the situation at that time that was also at hand in terms of the fuel that we are using, which was leaded fuel. So we needed to remove lead from our system, lead from our soils, lead from vehicle, that the combustion engines. And that was done within a year. So, and then we also look at the situation was mainly focused on mining and those things, and then the vehicles. So we had to look at what goes into the vehicle, which is the fuel quality. So we started advocating for the fuel. Apart from removing the lead, the sulfur levels were more than 20,000 ppm. So how do you bring this apart to Europe, which was 10 or 50 maximum? So we had to work in conjunction with West Africa and our partners from MPA to develop. It took some time before we now have what we call the fuel specification that we had for the transport sector. And then we also realized that DVLA was also very, very important in our scheme of affairs. So they were dealing with a lot of filing system, the rest, you need data, they can't give us, so we need to computerize them. So under the NIDA project, we computerized the whole DVLA system in 2006, and also did emission factor for most of our vehicles to be able to control the type of vehicles that had to be imported into the country. And the information that we had, together with the monitoring, ambient monitoring, was also incorporated into the transport policy of 2008. So the transport sector was being captured gradually. We have the guidelines, but the transport sector had no guidelines. So we had to develop a guideline for that. And then based on the guideline, you can make input, look at what had to be done, and the data had to be collected. So that was done, and God willing, we came up with some strategies under the transport sector. We were able to come up with electric vehicles policies, strategies. We were able to come with emission strategies. We were able to come with so many strategies that the Ministry of Transport also started implementing together with the Minister of Trade. That aside, we had to come to the legal aspect. So now you have all the data, you have data from the transport sector, you are collecting this. So what do you do with the data? So the idea was that now we have to look at the legal framework. So we did the mapping of all the legal framework within the country, and then we look at the shortfalls and where we have to maximize or exert more energy to be able to have, how do you call it, implementable, how do you call it, strategies for that. So the mapping was done, and then we realized that we needed to have, the first thing is that you need a standard. If you don't have a standard, you cannot compare anything with it. So we had to develop the air quality standards. with the GS 1236, 2019, and developed also the motor vehicle emission standards, together with effluent and other noise and all those things. So this has been in the system. The standard have been operated by the, how do you call it, the DVLA on advisory role. And you have a standard, but where is the legal framework? The EPA Act 490, then 490, had a shortfall. It has nothing to do with emission from vehicles. It only talk about emission control, emission from various sources, including vehicles. But the LI to drive that act was limited. So we need to do what we call air quality, LI for air quality, LI for this. So the draft were done, and I must say now that January 2025, we now have the legal framework for air quality. We call it the Environmental Protection Air Quality Management Regulations, which is LI 2407. And this LI encompasses all the standards that we have. Both air quality and motor vehicles have been incorporated into it. And it has given the EPA a role and a lot of rules also from DVLA, a lot of rules from all the players to do. And because EPA now is an authority, it has given an extra role to oversee this. So if you see the EPA now putting much pressure on institutions, then you know that they are now authority, and they have to enforce the regulations of the new Environmental Protection Act, the 11/2024. So this is what has been done now, and we hope that this act will be implemented to be able to achieve that. It has not been easy, because it's taking a lot of time. You know, I've given a chronology of all this, it's taking a lot of time. Getting money, funding was very, very difficult. So we need to source from foreign partners, international partners, to be able to get money to drive this process to where we have gotten now. Thank you.
Whoa. So I'm just looking at it from 1997 to 2025, and we've not really done well in enforcement. How long would it take us again to help enforce and implement things?
Enforcement has been done. You see, I see it in different phases. You know, it's not using the stick alone that you're enforcing, but putting the structures in place to make the system work is most very important. And that's what we have done for now. I was telling you that from 2006, PM 2.5 was 78.9, annual average. Come 2023, it was 33.4. You see the drastic reduction that is coming in. When these policies were made from the fuel quality, now our fuel is less than 50 ppm sulfur level. And the typical that is coming into the country is between 10 to 15 ppm. So the quality is very good. Emission is coming down. Roadside emissions is coming down. And then health burden will also come down. You get it? At 2010, Doc, I think when we do the burden of diseases in Ghana, air pollution was ranking second after malaria. Now it's reducing. You see, we are not yet there because we have targets. We are using the WHO target. We have our standard, which is far better than the interim target 3, which is the PM 2.5 of about 37.5. Ours is 35. Now we are almost 33 point something. So we are heading towards interim target 2. And if you move on with that, Ghana will be somewhere, and all these disease burdens will come down. And we are the best in Africa. Wow. And best in most of the continents, because I've been an expert in WHO guideline development and know what is happening across the world. Ghana is doing our best. Africa here, we are number 1.
Thank you. We've learned that Africa here, we are number 1. Sometimes it really bothers me, because if you have 28,000 dying in I'm really wondering what is happening in the other African countries. But I come to you, AMA. The structures are in place, and urbanization is one key driver of air pollution. We've heard that initially. And you being at AMA, and you are the center, Accra Metropolitan Assembly, you are the center of Accra itself. We want to know also, what are the top 2 pollution sources that AMA can realistically tackle in the short term to reduce the air pollution menace that we are facing in Accra? What are the 2?
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity. In the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, we have 6 top, what will I say, spaces that lead to air pollution in the metropolis. The first one is vehicular emission. That stands at 40%. Then it follows by waste burning. That stands at 20%. Then domestic indoor air pollution, and then construction stands at 15%, and then industries followed with 10%. So it means that the most pressing air pollution sources in Accra Metropolitan Assembly, the first one is transport emissions, and the second one is waste burning. Waste burning has become a canker. It is not just only households burning waste, but our dumping sites have become a waste burning center. To manage these things or air pollution, there are some 4 or 5 pillars that we need to take into consideration. And all these 5 pillars need to work concurrently for us to be able to achieve whatever we are looking for. The slogan for this program, we were asked to mention clean air, mobilizing for a collective action. It means clean air is not a one-man business. It's everybody's business. Everyone must be concerned about clean air. Uratil said it. If 28,000 people are dying annually, it means every 90 minutes in Ghana, somebody is dying somewhere from a clean air-related disease. 19 minutes, every 19 minutes. And we are not even stigmatizing air pollution. How many people die through HIV a day? But we are stigmatizing HIV. COVID, we West. If you hear someone has COVID, even as at now, people will start running. Nobody wants to come closer to you. But because we don't see what the silent killer is doing to us, we are not giving much attention to it. And the pillars I want to talk about, the first pillar is politics. Political leaders must ensure that they choose life against profit. Why am I saying choosing life against profit? We are the implementers of policies at the assembly level. But because our representatives at the assembly level do not even have much knowledge about what is happening when it comes to air pollution, when you go to them seeking for support to even organize programs, education for people in the community, and you ask for support, it is not something that brings in revenue. So they do not want to support. It means they are choosing profit than life. So political heads or leadership must begin to choose life than profit when it comes to air pollution management. Then from there, we talk about the social impact. Air pollution is like, I see it as an invisible thread that sews the human body together. Let's look at the social aspect I'm talking about. As we are sitting here, we are all sitting here because the ambient air we are breathing here is good. That is why we are all able to sit here. If we were to breathe and there is some form of compromise in the air, people will not sit here. People will have left and gone. In communities, let me use the northern part as an example. When you go to the northern region, consciously every house has a tree. Every house. There's no house in the northern part that has a tree. linking from neem tree, fig trees, name it. Though those trees are there, they don't know, they may not see the importance linking it to air pollution. But those trees are playing very critical role when it's come to air pollution regulations. Let's come back to the southern sector. How many houses has trees? We cut down trees to build houses. Forgetting that when you build a house, you need clean air to breathe. When the drain is clogged, it leads to what? It leads to flooding when it rains. The same way, when your blood veins are clogged with PM 2.5, there will not be proper circulation of blood in the system. And definitely is going to lead to what? BP. And BP can lead to so many things when Dr. was talking. Strokes and other things. Then let's come to the economic aspect. That is the economic pillar of air pollution. When the air is clean, healthcare cost is going to come down. It means that whatever financial or money that somebody is going to make, you are going to put it into good use and to lead to what? Economic development in the country. Then we come back to the environmental aspect. Let's talk about the ecosystem. You know, the ecosystem has 5 services that we derive from the ecosystem. And if the environment is not clean, we cannot derive those 5 services. Going back into I call it indiscriminate mining. I don't call it illegal mining. I call it indiscriminate mining. We are talking about water pollution. We are talking about the forest being destroyed. When we go to seize the champagne and other things, what do we do to them? We burn them. We forget that as we are burning the champagne, air pollution doesn't take visa to go to any place. Wherever you are burning that champagne, there is traveling to somebody who is sitting somewhere and is not thinking. But because consciously we are not attaching importance to air pollution, we do all these things and think that we are just enforcing. Enforcement is not about whipping. Whatever we are doing here is part of enforcement. So let's say the ecosystem services, for instance, ecosystem provide us with what? Food. And the greenery that we talk about, regulation, aesthetic, culture, all these things we derive from the ecosystem. So if we are able to destroy the communities that we are in, the environment that we are, I always say that environment is fundamental to human life and human dignity. And air quality is a human right, it's not a choice. So if we end up destroying our air that we breathe, depending on where you are born, will determine your survival, as we are talking. The World Health Organization has it that in the sub-Saharan district that we find ourselves, about over 326,000 newborn babies dies annually due to exposure to air pollution. Just imagine what we are wasting, because we are doing it ourselves. Nobody is doing it. So the enforcement bit, we need to be deliberate about it, and we need support from our political leaders to be able to handle all these things. Gayo just, what will I say, supported Greater Accra with some air beams. But is Greater Accra Ghana? Greater Accra is not Ghana. Gayo need to penetrate throughout all the 16 regions. Yes, you can do it. You start from a little and then you go ahead. If you are able to manage Greater Accra air, and then the air coming from the other illegal mining side coming, what are we doing? We are doing nothing. We are just doing a circular something. You go back and come and stand at where you are. So we should be seeing the picture to be in a long distance. So when we are able to do all these things, and the political come to help us, for instance, in the assembly, we are having talks with the GPRTU. As I said, vehicular emission is one of our main source of air pollution. We are talking with the GPRTU, their leaders, to ensure that all drivers that are commercial drivers within their various stations, they should give them maintenance logbooks, so that every quarter when we go to do our public spaces inspection, we go there to see those that are really going through it. Because if you maintain your car quarterly or monthly and there is emission, you are definitely going to know what is happening to your car, and by so doing it is going to reduce. So collaborative efforts, we are going to get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Florence. In my mind, I was thinking that the political figure, the government is you, but you're also referring to another government. We want to really know more about that. But I want to learn about the AMA bylaw on open burning management. You have something like that. How is it going? How is the implementation looking like?
Okay, it is not just only the AMA sanitation bylaw. We have statutory laws that frown on open burning. It's criminal to burn in the open. When you burn in the open and you are caught, you can be prosecuted, you can be put behind bars. Not just, you can be put behind bars as much as 6 months in prison. And you know what the people do? They know that when they are burning during the day, officers are around, they will be arrested. They wait when it is around 5:36, when officers are going home, then that's the time they are starting to burn. I think the 24-hour economy is coming to help. But the issue is lack of human resource is also the thing, because the human resource are not enough. When you take environmental officers, the whole country, we are just a little bit about 4,000. And we have the population ratio to environmental officer is 1:8,000. So you can just imagine, we have a long way to go.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Madam Florence. I come to you, Mr. Kelvin. And your organization says it all, Breathe Accra project. We want to know, in your work with the Breathe Accra, you've gathered a lot of significant local and quality data. What is the most alarming trends in your numbers? What is your numbers saying?
Thank you very much. Before I come back to your question, I would like us to have a short exercise. I believe you all have our smartphones around, or you have access to a laptop. Just log into the Breathe Accra website. Click on any location. For instance, if someone can check the air quality at Kwame Nkrumah Circle for me. So just go to Google and type in Breathe Accra. It's BREATHE Accra together.org. And then you see a lot of sensors around. But a short way for you to get the air quality of a location is, if you are using a smartphone, check the 3 horizontal bars there. You see a tab titled Air Quality at Location. Air quality at location. Just start typing any location. Someone can do Madina Zongo Junction and then Abu Bloshi, or please, you said? Yeah. So that is the numbers for you. Now it is very clear. Everybody has access to the data. Mr. Desmond said EPA has been doing monitoring since 1996 or so. But the question was the data publicly available? Now they are doing that, but we are also complementing their work. So the data is available for the public. Now back to your question. So yeah, the Breathe Accra project is under the Ghana Urban Air Quality Project, which began in May 2019 with the aim of providing hyperlocal real-time air quality data to the public to inform public health practice. Now, with generous funding from Clean Air Fund, we were able to deploy about 60 plus of local sensors across 13 municipal areas in Accra. So some of our mehos are around, Adenta, Madina, and the rest. There are sensors there that have been giving real-time air quality data. Now, the numbers are scary. What makes it scary is that we are seeing persistently higher levels of particulate matter, particularly PM2.5, across the busy areas in Accra. So when you take hotspots like Madina Zongo Junction, Kaneshi, Makola Market, Agubloshi Market, Kwashiman, you see that they are recording daily averages, which is about 3 times the WHO guideline. The WHO recommends that for a 24-hour period, your exposure to air quality, particulate matter should not exceed 50 micrograms per cubic meter. But these areas, which we are calling them hotspots, are seeing averages that are about 3 times higher. So you can tell for yourself that if you are just selling in the market, you are just sitting in a trotro, or you are just living by a nearby road, you are facing a daily health air pollution related risk. So the numbers are very scary. But the good thing is that the data is there. And we want the public to demand accountability from the local authorities. Madam Florence mentioned that some people actually do burning in the night, and so it's difficult because they are resource constrained, human resource constrained. But then the beauty, I think the small advantage we have here is that our monitors are there 24 hours. Every second there's data on the air quality levels. And actually, when you go back to our website, we have a section called the historical session. It's mainly for the MEHOs, Municipal Environmental Health Officers. We don't know how well they have been using it, but I know for Adenta, they really use it. So what we do at the historical session is that for every month, we do a summary of all the air quality data that we gathered every month. So when you go there, there's a heat map. The heat map is like a calendar. So it will show you the days where the levels were really high. This, we are doing so for the MEHOs to be able to look at the days where the levels are really high. Again, I mentioned that the levels are about 3 times the WHO limit. Interesting enough, it is not just at the rush hours. For example, you might say, oh, it's rush hour, so a lot of people are trying to get back home and traffic. No. We are seeing these levels across board. So across the day, the levels are consistently high. So that is the alarming numbers we are seeing.
Thank you very much. Please give a hand to my panelists. They've done an amazing work delving into the matter. But I'll come to you. I know you have like burning questions. We don't have much time. I'll take 2 questions and we'll wrap up. Okay, so I see 1 and I see 1. We are taking this, then we'll wrap up the session.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please, my question is to Madam Florence. Now, you just gave us an analysis which I like very much. Transportation is giving us 40% of the pollution in our cities in Accra. Now, I also know that there is pollution through dust, road dust. But I see the analysis is being done on vehicular emission. And my mind tells me that maybe the smoke or all the other things that are associated with it. Ghana Highways Authority has not been invited, or I don't see them most of the time when we are having these conversations. And I know dust is another way of polluting our environment. In my house, the front of my house, rough road. The back of my house, rough road. When the main road is congested, traffic hours, they pass behind my house. I want to find out what are we doing about dust being created on our roads, and why Ministry of Highways and Transport invited to some of these gatherings, because for me, I was telling people that my husband likes burning, so I want some pointed laws to go and show to him in my house. So that one I can control. But the rules, the cars that ply my house, in fact, the trotro stops at my gate every day. What is the plan? What are we doing? Are we assessing the dust they are creating? And is there any way that we get them into this conversation? Thank you very much.
All right. We'll take the other question too, then we can wrap up with your closing remarks as well.
Yeah, so when it comes to in making sure that we have a clean air, it is then a responsibility of each and every one here. And even as we look at, the contributing factors to the reason for which we may not have clean air, and that which can lead us to other diseases, and eventually some of them even putting us to death. And even as, with all the things that you've mentioned, I just want to maybe throw our minds on that as an individuals, yes, indeed, we can actually be a cause of some of these things. But even as state institutions, what roles are you actually playing in making sure that the various industries that are close to our communities, that are not far from where we live, also produce clean air out of their production lines, in making sure that their environment is free from air pollution, and even the risk that is exposed to people that even works with those companies. I just want to know, so that we know that in hand, as an individual and an organization, we can all put our shoulders to the wheel and then foster call for clean environment or clean air. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. We have 1 minute each. You address the question and maybe give your closing remarks, then we end the panel.
Okay, so thank you very much, Madam. I said construction accounts for 15% of air pollution, and your road network is part of construction. The other question, I think Gayo is the best person to answer why road and transport officers are not part of this program. But we are still working as much as possible, because when you go to the district assembly, we have Department of Urban Roads. So we are working hand in hand. Also, we are carrying out vigorous educations in the communities that we find ourselves. Wherever you find, as I said, Accra now, the 13 assemblies that are fortunate to be benefit from the Breathe Accra project, we have the sensors and we have the network that we can do. We can track daily, hourly, seconds, anytime we want to. So what we do is when we go to the field, we just try to download the dashboard and show it to the people. This is what you are doing to yourself. At this point in time, the air you are breathing is not good for A, B, C, D. And by so doing, people are now coming to be conscious about what they are doing. People are now owing their life into their hands. Those that they don't know and they were just burning anyhow, we are educating them. Especially the scrap dealers. Now, GIZ has also come out with a buyback center where scrap dealers are not supposed to even burn the e-waste that they go and pick. They send it there to sell and take their money. Then they work on it in a standard way that will not lead to polluting the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 minute for us, closing remarks.
So I will talk about the multi-sectorial aspect of what we are doing. The universal health coverage roadmap that Ghana has developed, 2020 to 2030, has some components that we are supposed. So the first one is about promotion of health. And promotion of health is not the responsibility of the Ministry of Health and its agencies, because it is everybody's business. And so when he talked about the fact that some institutions are not represented here, they have a critical role to play, and if they are not here, they might not play that role. The second one is also related to prevention, because we are also talking about prevention of diseases. A chunk of it is not under the umbrella of the Ministry of Health and its agencies. The third one is the curative care. That one is our work. But all these other things, that the prevention and the promotion, if they are done, it will save the health sector a lot of burden. Now we have talked about the Ghana National Trust Fund with the Mahama case, going to complement the work of the National Health Insurance and looking at the chronic devastating conditions that typically have a major toll on catastrophic health expenditure. If we are able to do all the promotion and the prevention, which typically are done by all the non-health institutions, the burden of some of these complications will not come to the health sector. There's also the rehabilitation component and then the palliation. So I would say that we need to bring all the stakeholders together in such conversations. Each one of them has a specific role to play, even though they have a specific mandate. But the reason why all the ministries, the 23 ministries, have been set up is to secure the human person. And it's very important that we all work towards that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dog.
Okay. I think for my closing remarks, I will just admonish us to take the air that we breathe into our own hands, like Madam Florence said. You can't just say that you live in Trasaco or Cantonment, so you are free from air pollution. Air pollution is transboundary. Now, the link between air pollution and health has been emphasized severally. The best you can do as an individual, on an individual level, is to pay close attention to the air that you are breathing in, especially if you have underlying conditions like asthma or any other cardiovascular disease. That is the reason why we try to make the data very available and easy for people, the public, layman, to understand using the AQI. So by that, we've been able to develop a mobile app. The mobile app will save you the hassle of going to the website. So you just need to go to the Google Play Store or the App Store and look for the Ghana AQ. Ghana and then AQ. AQ for air quality. It's together. Just download it, install it, and then you have access to real-time air quality data. So the next time you are going to Makola or Abu Bloshi, kindly check the air quality there before you step out. If you are asthmatic, you will know what to do, whether you put on a nose mask or you stay home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Apo. You have the final say.
Yeah, I think some of our panelists have mentioned what I wanted to say, but I want to say that air pollution knows no boundary, and we all have to put in our efforts to control air pollution wherever we are, especially in our homes. If you are ambassador of air pollution management, you should not frown on that in your environment. When somebody is doing something bad, ensure that you prompt the person that it is illegal and criminal. Under the Criminal Offences Act, it's criminal. And you can be in prison up to 5 years, not 6 months like the local government. But when it goes to court under the Criminal Offences Act, maximum of 5 years with or without a fine. So you can have both. And it's very, very important that we need to be able to do that. And then also educate the people around us. People may not know. They think they'll burn my trash and then be free. But we need to educate them. Whilst institutions like EPA and others are doing their work, control emissions from industries, the bigger players, we should also be able to do that within it's a big tree. Air pollution is like a tree. EPA is the supervisor of that. That's the tree. And we are all the branches of that tree. You could be the leaf, you could be the root, and the rest. So if you don't bear fruits, the whole plant will become useless. So try to bear fruit as individuals in your own locality, ensure that it is kept at that point. And if you do that, nationally we'll have the reduction in air pollution incidents. in the country. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Please, a big round of applause for my panelists. They've done a fantastic job. We'll take a picture, but then we have to all go and barefoot be ambassadors to help curb this silence killer so that your loved one doesn't fall victim to that. Thank you all. This comes to the end of our panel. We'll take a quick picture. Back to you, Kingsley.
Thank you very much, Efwa. Can you please give it up for our panelists? Great. While they are taking their pictures, I would really acknowledge the presence of all dignitaries and also highlight that the next thing on the agenda is Innovation Spotlight. And after that, we have lunch and then closing. Please let's give it up as they are leaving the stage. Thank you very much, our panelists. Great. So, in the next 30 minutes, you'll be having 3 different innovation spotlights that will be presenting to us what their innovative ideas are and what solution they are trying to solve in the climate space. Without much ado, I would want to invite the first spotlight speaker by the name Charles Dakwa from Ratsen NNR GAEC. Please let's give it up for Charles as he comes on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor to be here. I am Charles Aboaje Dakwa, an applied nuclear physics master student at the University of Ghana, and I'm representing RATSEN, that's Radon Climate Smart Environment Network, under NNRI, Ghana Atomic Energy. What's wrong? Yeah, it's awful. Yeah, so I want you to take a deep breath, and then what if I told you that the greatest exposure, radiation exposure for most people is not a distance power plant or from a nuclear reactor, but then could be lying in the very air that we breathe in. And also when we talk about clean air, we mostly think about or imagine smoke over cities, exhaust from cars, and also smoke from burning fields. But then today I'm going to take you on a journey into something more mysterious, something which is invisible, has no taste, odorless, colorless, but then it's very deadly. An invincible risk that connects our geology, our health, and even how we respond to climate change, and that is radon gas. I'll also introduce a smart solution that we've developed, that's the RAPI. So what is radon? Radon is actually a radioactive gas which is born from the uranium. Uranium is actually found in soil, rocks, and also in water. So what we could see that we have this beautiful thing over here. On my left side, that's the chain reaction for those interested in the physics behind it. So uranium undergoes decay, a natural decay, and then it gets to radium. Then radium then produces the radon gas. Okay, so because we cannot see it, we cannot feel it, we cannot taste it, it easily seeps out from the soil and then gets into our homes, offices, and also affecting the air that we breathe. So why should radon be of concern? Now, because it's natural, radon is actually everywhere. It's even here whilst we are talking about, but we cannot see it. So radon actually is a carcinogenic gas. And it's so shocking that it's the second leading cause of lung cancer worldwide after smoking. But I guess we all don't know about it. So because of that, WHO says that 3 to 16% of lung cancer deaths are caused by what? Radon gas. And because of this, we have to advocate and talk about it because this actually affects indoor air quality. Now, there are various ways of measuring this radon. And there are two methods that we use to measure. That's the short term, that takes 2 to about 90 days. And then we have the long-term measurement. That takes about 90 days. Now, the most used detector for this radon gas is the Alpha Track LR115. Now, that's the Alpha Track over there, this one. So it's a cellulose nitrate thin film. It looks like, when it's pasted over there, it looks like a camera. Okay, so some people might think it's a camera. I remember during my undergrad studies, we did a project and we were supposed to paste this onto the walls. The university students thought that it was a hidden camera, and so those who wanted to do those boys, girls, boy, girl things, they thought that the university management were watching them, so they took it off, affecting my project. So in order to solve that, we decided to develop this called the RAPI. So the RAPI actually stands for Radon Analyzer Energy Resolved Photodiode Interface. Yes, someone will ask what is a photodiode. That's for those interested in electronics. So this is actually a portable energy efficient radon detection system. It's not just a simple detector, but it's a compact radon spectrometer. Okay. So what this does is that we see the probe over here. Now, this is made of, its core technology is the BPX61 silicon pin photodiode. I know I'm talking too much about electronics now, so please forgive me. So what it does is that it's able to trap alpha particles. Because this radon, I made mention earlier that the radon is born from the decay of uranium, and that releases an alpha particle. The radon is an alpha particle. So this photodiode, the pin photodiode, actually traps the alpha particles, making it possible for us to detect the radon. So that's and then this actually, the silicon pin diode is actually paired with a custom-made low energy electronic circuit. So the point is to try and then help detect, because there are few works done on this radon. We could see over here that there are few works done on soil radon and also indoor radon. And I think that our bosses over here could at least support and help us, because this is something that I'm sure that if I should ask anyone here that, do you know anything about radon gas? Have you heard anything called radon? I'm sure I'm going to get more no's than yes. But then this is something that's really affecting us, but we do not know. Someone may ask that, what has this had to do with climate change? So that's a great question. As we move towards greener future, one of the key strategies is by making our buildings airtight or more energy efficient in order to reduce our carbon footprint. But in doing that, we tend to now trap this radon gas, because during high heat waves, we will be forced to be indoors, like we are in this air conditioning place, preventing actual natural ventilation. In doing so, in order to bring out a climate smart solution for the energy efficiency, we tend to rather bring up a problem. So I think we should, rather concentrate, whilst we are concentrating on having a climate smart solution for energy efficiency, we should also consider the problem that it might also bring. So we shouldn't only look for a greener building, but also a healthy building. So yes, that's all that I have to say today. And if you have any question, I would be.
Thank you very much, Charles. Please, if you have any questions to Charles, kindly see him after the Innovation Spotlight, and then you can ask him those questions. Thank you very much, Charles. Please give it up to him. Right. We want to move straight to the next speaker, or the next spotlight we are having, by the name Matthew Ekampon, from CADA. Matthew, if you are here, kindly join us on stage and have your spotlight. Please, let's give it up for Matthew as he's coming.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm grateful to be part of this conference. And first of all, before I begin, I would like to say a big thank you to the co-founder of GAIO, Mr. Desmond Alugnoa, and then the director of operations, Madam Betty Osebonsu Ejay, for this very opportunity. I'm here to talk about CADA Mobility. CADA Mobility is an innovation that they believed in, and they saw it in inception. And for me to be here, it's such a big privilege for me, and for them that the vision they saw has become fruitful. So in Ghana, we do a lot of movement. We move a lot, and one of our movements is with motorbikes. But one area people have a lot of concern about, security-wise, safety-wise, and has a lot of concerns. But on a regular, if I can count, over 80% of us have used the service of a motorbike before. Yes or no? Yes. We all use it for delivery services, to move even from our junctions to our homes. But the system is not structured, and it gives us a lot of problem. So CADA Mobility is here to solve it. But how does it relate to climate action? How does it relate to the green economy? How does it relate to the blue cities? That's why I am here to talk about it. So if you scan our QR code, it leads us to the website, our website, CADA Mobility website, where you can have access to these things. So not to talk much, these are the SDGs that we deal with, and you will see that climate action is at the very first point. Sorry. Yes, so we realize that there are a lot of traffic congestions. I live at Taifa, and I use the Hacho Road. How many of us use the Hacho stretch? We know that there are a lot of traffic jams there. Even from morning to evening, there are traffic. And these cars are emitting gases for a long period of time. So if you want places to check for clean air, I think that road is also a good place for us to check for it. So when we realize that this conflicts with SDG Goal 8, with the traffic congestions, and then the cars emissions 13 with climate action, Goal 11 because of the bad roads. People who live up mountains where Uber and boats can't go, they need services of motorbikes because people use a lot. And then for unemployment because of our youth, I can tell you that currently the delivery sector has employed a lot of people because we use their services. So these are things that once we do, we're actually helping the economy of Ghana. So the solution we came up with is with CADA Mobility is that we have a tech-enabled ride-hailing platform that does all these things. But not to go into further, this looks like just a normal business until you realize what it comes with. So we've developed our app but it is almost to be hosted on Play Store and Google Play. So in the next conference, everybody will have the chance to use it. And by then, most of you would have used the services of Kada Mobility because of what we are here to offer. The video is supposed to play, sorry. Fix it for me. So the video plays with what we have. It looks like a regular ride-hailing platform. Somebody can say Uber or Bolt, but what services we have in line with climate change differentiates us from the rest. So I wouldn't go further into detail. Once the app is launched, these things will be made visible. But then we've actually done a project with Gaio, and this was really highlighted, where we trained riders, and we had stakeholders from Ghana Police Service, DVLA, supporting the vision of Kada when it was inception. So me standing here to be grateful for the leaders of Gaio for believing in us is a very great privilege for us, because they helped us do this, and that was the vision that they saw. They saw this vision in its very inception stage, and this way it has gotten us to. When I was coming, most of our riders wanted to come to interact and then speak to the stakeholders here about the real thing, so that we hear from them. Because it's different when I come and stand here and talk about it, even though I've been a rider for long. But having to hear people from riders actually to tell you about how they think would impact climate action is a really great step. So it took us from that conference where it looked as though we were just training riders to me actually being hosted on a global platform. A panel discussion, and it was about climate change, ESG trends for 2025, how LPGPs, corporate startups can align on climate impact and returns. And that was a reason that made me see that what we were building was not just a ride-hailing platform like anybody else, but it had a ride-hailing platform that is in sync with the vision where we want to see. So today, during our discussion, I heard from my boss, Mr. Nino Omabo, when he spoke about the bicycles, how people are not motivated to use the bicycles. Even though growing up, all of us mostly have used the bicycle before, but people growing up don't feel the urge to use bicycles to move from maybe Hacho to Dome, because they think it's time-consuming and it's going to be stressful. But when they came to realize the impact of it aligned in line with how motorbikes can actually impact and have an impact on all of us in terms of the clean air, the climate, our livelihoods, and the environment. I'm sure it will help us. So in the next conference, our app will be live, and we already have people who are in line asking for us to come on board. So but then when you go on our website, you'll be able to see our app, download it, and have a view of that. And I believe that once you use the app, you'll see the difference between Kada Mobility and the other ride-hailing apps in line with climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matthew, for your presentation. Then we would have our last spotlight, and we would love to invite Mr. Lord to give us his spotlight presentation as the last person, and then we can prepare for our lunch. Please let's give it up for Lord as he comes on stage. I heard someone asking, is he the savior? Lord is not the savior.
So I don't know why Candy is giving me 3 minutes, but everybody got a 10. Anyways, I'm happy to be the one concluding this prestigious event, and I'll not really call this a spotlight, but it'll be more of a declaration of what we young people want in the near future, if not now. And so, just a quick one. I mean, honorable leaders, distinguished guests, fellow advocates for a healthier Accra, ladies and gentlemen. So today we stand at a crossroad. We continue on a path where the air we breathe diminishes our health, or we can choose a path, a very new path of collective action and shared responsibility. I'm not here as Lord of Dakon, nor the Urban Better Accra Citizen Sub-Coordinator, but then I'm here as a young man representing 38% of our nation's population, that's being the youth. as we've heard throughout the event, the air we breathe is a fundamental right, yet it has become a silent thief, stealing from our health, our productivity, and our future. But then I want us to be clear that we are not here to condemn, but then we are here to commend. From various leaders, including the Parliament for its recent passage of the Air Quality Management Regulation Law. This is a powerful testament to what is possible when government, civil society, and academia actually work together. If I speak of the private sector, we know Clean Air Fund, led by Mr. Desmond, Dr. Elvis, and the team. Of course, the prestigious Green Africa Youth Organization, Mr. Desmond, my own boss, Jacob, and the whole team, and the effort they've actually put in for us to get here. And so, yes, a law on paper is not air in our lungs. A promise for tomorrow is no substitute for a healthy breath today. So we, the youth of Accra and Ghana at large, we've come together not to petition, but to present a mandate in the form of a request and a declaration, demanding the strict enforcement of new laws, not just a suggestion, but as an unbreakable commitment by our leaders. We demand the scaling up of our public transport to free our streets and the burden of congestion and pollution. We want to hear more technical terms during our subsequent discussions. Equity, marginalization, this is what we actually want to hear. We demand the establishment of accessible air quality monitoring stations so that we will all see the progress and be able to hold all stakeholders accountable. So it's a shared burden, and it's also a shared future. We ask you, not what you will give us, but what you will do with us. To our government partners, we urge you to move with the urgency that our future demands. To the private sector, we challenge you to place sustainable practices on equal footing with profit. To our fellow citizens, we implore that you join the cause. This is a shared burden, as I mentioned earlier, and the health of our city and the very health of our people depends on it. So I'll just conclude this declaration with a short thing I got to learn from my CEO and founder, Professor Tolula Oni. I was having a meeting with her last time, and she was like, I was mentioning, we are the future leaders. We are the ones of tomorrow. She actually paused, laughed, and said there is actually no tomorrow. The time is actually now. So it's up to we, the young ones, to take up the mantle to drive change in our own little way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lord, for that amazing presentation and for concluding the entire Innovation Spotlight. I would love to invite Fathia Selassie to give us the closing remarks. While she's at that, our cultural troupe, please be ready. And then attendees, please stay behind and get your coupons for your lunch. Please get your coupons for your lunch. And for clarity's sake, the lunch would be at the Ghanaian village. It's still inside La Palm. You can ask any of the ushers, those in black, and they're going to help you find the location. Thank you very much. Fathia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, colleagues, partners. All too soon, we have come to the end of Clean Air Conference 2025. It has been a pleasure having all of you here. If you've had a good time today, just put your hands together. First and foremost, on behalf of the Green Africa Youth Organization, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to each and every single one of you for making the time today to join us here. As we are leaving, we want you to not only reflect on the technical insights that we have shared here, but also on the collective vision that we are advancing. That is more investment towards achieving a cleaner air. Let us leave here not with the finality that the conference has come to an end, but knowing that this is the beginning of collective action. As we go back, let us work towards a cleaner air. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fathia. Ashes, can we start sharing the coupons? And cultural troupe, please, you have the floor. Right. Quick information. Before you leave, kindly approach the signing table to sign out. Please approach the signing table to sign out before you leave. Cultural troupe.